Well, welcome to the Walther Center for the first game this morning of the West Coast Baptist College Tip Off Tournament. We've got a great one coming here for you. The Lancaster Baptist Eagles versus the High Street Christian Crusaders. In fact, a rematch of one that we saw on Wednesday. In the first round, Lancaster Baptist beat Oakwood to advance. High Street had a bye. In the second round, High Street and LBS faced off with each other. And after a strong start by the Lancaster Eagles, High Street took it to them for most of the rest of the game and ended up winning by about 15 or so, maybe 15 to 20. Since then, Lancaster has beaten FABA and Oakwood to advance to this point. High Street lost to Newport. And so both of them now on one loss. This is an elimination game in terms of being able to make it to the championship. And certainly a huge one for both. High Street wants to prove that they can do it again. Lancaster, I was talking to Coach Lee before the game, grateful to get another shot. They feel like there's some things that they could do better. There's some tweaks that they know they can make. And they are planning on coming out strong here. Drew Whitman gets the scoring started today with the free throw. And among a lot of reasons I'm excited about this game, I'm excited to be joined by the one and only Natalie Chadwick. Natalie teaches here, is a great part of the West Coast team, bringing some expertise to the game today, and we're excited to be able to have you on the call here. It's number 22 drives in there, almost able to sink that one. Cole Farley, one of the two seniors on this Crusaders lineup. And Eshbin, the guard, inbounding it from the baseline. He's really one of the main ball handlers. Certainly number 3, Logan McGraw, one of the go-to offensive players. A really, really nice shot. Logan's family, if you're listening, send him to West Coast. We love this guy. And taking it down, able to get it out from traffic, but Lancaster Baptist is going to try a daring cross-court pass. Resetting here at the start. And it's going to be a turnover here. McGraw coming away with it. Heading back up the court, tosses it deep. And almost a strong finish by Devin Sides, the senior. Whitman to the hoop. Lost control of it a little bit there, and it's going to be coming back down. Logan Farley and High Street trying to get into the lane. And with the contact there, that's going to be the first on Noel Flores. One of the shortest players, Noel is, getting regular time on either team. Second shortest listed on either roster. But definitely a big part of what makes the Eagles tick on offense. Bounces back out, and he's going to get 3 from that possession. Eagles swinging it around the top. When they faced each other on Wednesday afternoon, it was a pretty loud atmosphere for one of these games. Good rebound by number 22, Owen Sanders. As an afternoon game with a good number of LBS students in the stands. Obviously, we got to at least pretend that we value their education, and so they're in class right now this morning. So it's just the teams and the ball pretty much. Got a couple of fans here for sure. But not a lot of distractions or anything else going on. Let's see how this one ends up. Number 23, Devin Sides with the steal. It is 4-1 High Street, 3 minutes into the game. Natalie, what is something that you're seeing so far that's kind of standing out to you early here?
I think just the aggression on both sides of the court. They're really playing both ends well. I feel like, especially for High Street, they're really just giving their effort on both ends. They're not only focusing on offense or defense. They're really trying to be very balanced in their play, which is something I appreciate. I feel like Lancaster's doing a good job as well. More on defense, I feel like they're thriving than offense right now, but that's okay.
And pulls up. It's just a little bit long, but another offensive rebound. Some of them just kind of the way the ball has bounced, but definitely something that Lancaster has got to be looking at. And coast to coast, but it's knocked out at the last moment by McGraw. Looked like he had mostly gotten the ball there, but did get in and get the arm as well, and that is going to send the Eagles to the line. And the second free throw miss here in the first 3.5 minutes. Been a little bit disjointed for the Eagles on offense. They've definitely played more smoothly at times. But we'll see if he can get a second point on the board here as Daniel Flores takes the second. And that one's going to be out as well. Rebound by number 22, Cole Farley. And the Crusaders back in business. I don't know if McGraw called ball don't lie after the two misses, but the Eagles with a chance to get to either on the fast break or the free throw line and not getting away with either. A good steal here and almost taken back. The Eagles living dangerously here in the early going. And that's going to be a charge there just seconds before the three. And so just kind of trying to figure out what their strategy is, trying to get a bit of rhythm going on here. Over halfway through the first quarter, it's still 6-1 High Street. A lot lower scoring than what we saw the other day. Number 4, Robert McGraw in the game. And that's going to be a three from Devin Sides. High Street liking what they're seeing so far. Both sides kind of dealing with this early tip-off. And just some of the mayhem going on so far. It's going to depend on which team can handle this more effectively. And High Street is going to get that ball back. Really just after a lot of chaos heading both directions. Coach Lee calling a timeout here. Natalie, what do you think he's probably emphasizing in this timeout?
I would just say probably even almost slowing down the ball a little bit for some of them, especially with the last couple of plays. They were very fast-paced, but it just seemed like it kind of got out of hand a little bit. And so controlling the ball, controlling kind of their movements, not reacting as much as proacting, just being very focused on what they're doing. And so I think there's obviously a little bit of reaction to that, but also just really focusing in and dialing in what they want to do and really controlling the movement.
And I think, like you said, doing what they want to do. They want to play their game. They've got ball handlers. It's not like they're only reliant on one player to try to get them up the court, and everyone else is just maybe a spot-up guy or a rim runner. They have other people who are able to help share some of that burden. But right now, just kind of collectively, the pace isn't quite what they want it. Sometimes it's fast. Sometimes it's getting slogged down. And Coach Lee is probably mentioning some of that here. High Street certainly figuring out their plan of attack. They want to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, for sure.
Their only loss so far to a tough opponent in Newport. But they've definitely got the talent here to feel like they can try to make a run through the consolation bracket and win their way back in. LBS feels like that as well, though. This game their 5th already here of the tournament. Played 3 times on Wednesday, as well as once yesterday. Looked like Whitman got a hand on it, and 21 lost sight of it, but it might be because he heard one of the refs call foul or something like that. And Lancaster Baptist bringing it up the court. Number 12, Felipe Palarosa, trying to see what he can do. He's got the ball handling chops to be able to do something. He's got some height as well. And it looks like they're trying to get him a little more centrally involved here. Kicks it out. High Street playing well, though. It's just kind of been attempted drives that just get swung back out. Now they get into the lane. And Whitman here on the baseline. 4, 3, 2, and just has to fire, and that's not going to be it. It looked like he had maybe gotten it to the rim in time. And High Street coming back up. They got a 9-1 lead. 6 minutes into the game here. 2 left in this quarter. You know, Lancaster is getting close to being desperate. They just got to get some points on the board here. And a nice drive and a nice finish from 23 Devon Sides. And into Whitman, and the ref calling contact on that closeout.
David, how do you feel like all of the playing the last couple days is affecting these teams? Like, do you feel like their exhaustion? I know the weather has been very random the last couple days. Do you feel like that is affecting them physically, trying to play like multiple games over a couple days?
I think there's definitely a sense of it that's got to be tough for sure. I was talking with Coach Lee. There are 2 Lancaster teams here in this tournament. They're JV as well as their varsity. And so this is his 8th game coaching. Essentially 7 over the last 2 games between the 2 of them. And you figure there's got to be a bit of mental fatigue, a bit of physical fatigue. They're going to have to dig deep in order to be able to come back here. But if it's going to happen, it's going to be with shot creation like that and strong rebounding. Let's see if they can get it to fall. They're not going to get anything in either of those trips, and it is going to just about finish up the shot clock. That one probably came off at 34.9. And so they are calling for this one just to get slowed all the way down. They don't want there to be any opportunity for Lancaster to respond. And they're going to call a timeout here. Draw up one last play here in the first quarter. You really can't ask for much more than this. 13-1, High Street in the lead. And it doesn't feel like they've been doing anything crazy or unsustainable, but just a little bit of a hectic game. Not even so much in the pace of going up and down the court, but just a little bit disjointed so far from Lancaster. And you wonder if the amount of games is catching up, maybe the early tip. But they've got to find a rhythm here fast, as they're going to need to win up to 4 games today if they're going to advance all the way through this tournament. With 11.3 here in the first, though, the first order of business has to be locking down any offensive play that High Street can run, especially anything that seems like it's being designed for number 3, Logan McGraw. Relatively quiet so far, but creating gravity. And the pick, the layup, and it is in. A huge momentum boost for Lancaster Baptist. The margin still looking rough, but that is exactly the kind of play that they needed, not letting that margin bleed any larger, creating a turnover, getting down the court in time to get it through the hoop for their first field goal of the game in the dying seconds of the first quarter. It is 13-3 right now. High Street leading over Lancaster.
Yeah, that last shot seemed very important for Lancaster, just motivation-wise, keeping their spirits up, being very focused on, what they need to do. And that was something I felt like they really weren't doing super well. And then towards the end, they really dialed that in, and that was really, encouraging to see.
Coach Lee for Lancaster, someone who usually stays relatively connected to his bench area. He's definitely in the game, definitely very intense. But he usually just kind of patrols that area more so. But as soon as that buzzer sounded, came just about out to half court to greet his guys as they were coming off the floor, just trying to kind of find that energy, find that motivation. They're going to have to dig deep here. Certainly not on track so far. But you wonder if now they have a little bit more hope that they can find where they need to be. We've got the top 6 for High Street heading out onto the court, and the top 5 for Lancaster. And number 4 now heading back off. You can see here, even as LBS is setting up, kind of looks like a box and one, and that one is just sticking on McGraw outside. They're going to have to find a way to stop the other players for sure. Not necessarily something that's gone great so far for them, but they are determined that McGraw is not going to be able to beat them in any kind of a solo display. But this is where it can be dangerous, right? If he feels like he can swing those sorts of shots, he had a nice beat to do so. And Lancaster getting a stop right about at the end of the shot clock anyway. Looked like there were maybe 2 seconds on it by the time that scrum for the ball had finished up. And the kick out, the extra pass, the drive inside, and that's going to be 2. I would say this is the first back-to-back shots that Lancaster has made all game, but it is the first field goals they've made all game. And tries to pick his pocket there. And LBS coming away with it, going down the court now. Up to Whitman. And a little bit too deep. And LBS is putting some pressure on High Street after a very controlling start to the game for the Crusaders. Now they're going to have to get into that kind of counter-punch give and take that they've got. And it looks like maybe a clock violation or something like that. So they're going to call that one here. The shot clock didn't look like it had gotten started, but the ref in the backcourt was counting it out, and that is going to be a backcourt violation, giving it back to Lancaster, hypothetically, who could even cut it to within 1 possession here.
Yeah, these last couple possessions have been very encouraging for Lancaster. They're playing very smoothly, a lot more than they were in the first quarter. Makes me wonder what Brother Lee said to them in that timeout, but they are doing much better, and it's looking like it's going to be a good game the rest of the time.
And Devin Sides coming away with the steal. A bit of a scrap for the ball. And that's going to end up being a foul called on Philippe De Paula Rosa. Crusaders bringing it up out of the backcourt now. And Eagles kind of extending their defense, maybe trying to get a little bit of extra pressure. Eshbin handling the ball out here up at the top. Really one of the solid contributors for the Crusaders in their first showdown with the Eagles. We'll see if he can do something here as he gets it back. Swinging it around. 3, 2, 1. And I don't think they noticed it. That's going to be a shot clock violation. As the seconds were ticking down, you didn't even hear necessarily a bench player or something like that, scream out, there's 5 to go. A gritty possession from both sides. High Street kept swinging it around, looking for good looks. They were committed to their offensive process, but it just took a little bit long.
Yeah, Lancaster a little
Whitman
bit of a
pulling
risky
up.
pass.
That's going to be a little bit deep. But the Crusaders are going to get the rebound there. It came out, but they're going to call that it was stripped out by Lancaster. High Street ending up after that scrum with the ball. McGraw bringing it up. And they've got a chance to go to work here with 5 minutes left in the second quarter. It's 13-7, High Street in the lead. And a good contest on the original shot, but the backside was completely open. You got to get that second man down there to come do something. And Eshbin gets the board. It's now with McGraw up top. Working it around. And he's going to get a strong finish there in order to be able to get that one up and over Devon Sides. Doing well here. Owen Sanders coming in for Lancaster. And you wonder if Coach Lee is looking for maybe just to be able to keep bringing in waves of big guys, as getting inside has been something that's been effective over the last couple possessions for High Street. And they're sorting the situation out. And the explanations are still going on, but it looks like it's going to be High Street on the baseline when this ball comes back into play. It's 17-7 with just over 4 minutes left here in the second quarter. Just tosses it up top to Farley, to Sides. Can't quite get it to fall. Strong rebound by DePalarosa, who's now bringing it up the court. And just about all 5 of the High Street defenders really collapsing in here. They're just sending waves of pressure, figuring that that'll be enough to keep Lancaster from being able to find a good kick out. They've got 8 on the shot clock. They're going to have to find something here pretty fast. 5, 3, 2, and they are going to, he got the shot up with just like 1 second to go on the shot clock, rattled out, but did get the whistle on it as well. Chance to earn 2 from the line. 5 fouls for both teams so far here in the first half. And Flores hits the first. In a game like this, the 3 free throw misses so far really hurt. But he hits both of them here to get the Eagles within 8, 17-9, here with 3.5. Farley inbounds it to McGraw, who's now going to bring it up and face pressure relatively early. Coming around a double pick. Swinging it around the perimeter, looking for someone. And the skip pass is going to find Sides. Eagles trying to burn this possession all the way down as far as they can on defense. They're going to have to shoot it. And a tough play. McGraw, the 8th grader, was able to drive. I would say that he was able to open up some space, but with 2 Eagles converging on him, not even sure how much space quite got opened up, but it was just enough to get into a legitimate shooting motion. And even with the height advantage, the Eagles coming for the block just sort of ended up coming down on him, giving him a chance at the line. And both going to rattle out. DePalarosa bringing it up the court here now. Trying to work against sides. Now they're swinging it. A good defensive performance from High Street. I'm sure the Eagles feel like their offensive problems are their own fault in some sense. But the pressure and just the compactness the High Street has kept putting on them have definitely contributed to the game being what it is at the moment.
Yeah, the Eagles definitely have been trying to find some open shots, but they really are struggling to find those positions and then knock them down when they get that opportunity, for sure. But they've been working hard trying to find it, so hopefully for them they'll find it soon.
And both sides here just kind of trying to work their way through a tricky game. It's an early tip, but even as opposed to maybe an earlier tournament game tipping off at 8:20 or something like this, this is win and go home. Win or go home. If you're Lancaster, you're going home at the end of the day anyway. Who even knows, right? But the pressure of a game like this in the consolation bracket, you know that you already have one loss. Another one will finish up your official contention. There's a lot of pressure that they're probably putting on themselves here. And both sides fighting hard for that loose ball. It's called a jump, and it looks like it's going to stay down on the Lancaster side of the floor. DePalarosa inbounding to Whitman, and just sort of puts it up right away. Farley and McGraw working it back and forth to each other. Crossing half court, just under 2 to go. It's 19-9 in a gritty defensive performance. Both offenses still kind of looking to find the rhythm. And the Eagles felt like they probably had one there. Whitman up for the contest, but that one is going to splash right through. And the Eagles coming back for a three. Getting some offense going here. So we'll see how this continues. Both sides with a lot to play for. We're seeing more high pick and rolls, even to try to open up McGraw or let him use his gravity to get second and third guys having to swing in. Farley with the floater, and that one is going to drop right in. Swinging it around, another three here. That one isn't going to be able to bank over. And they're going to call a foul there that happened on the floor with 48 to go. It is 24-12. You wonder if the Eagles are going to try to put it up fast and get a 2-for-1. A bit of a dangerous play there. Being a little bit more methodical here. And it looks like they're probably just going to find the best shot that they can here, even though High Street's going to end up with the ball at the end of the half. .25 on the shot clock. There's about a 9-second differential. It's 24-12. High Street Crusaders with a strong first half so far. Eagles trying to find their rhythm, and that one is going to bounce around, end up back with the Eagles. With that hitting the rim there, that offensive board is going to set it up to turn off the shot clock to finish this one out. Flores coming back in here to try to run a play. Now DePalarosa up top with it. The Eagles looking for answers on offense. High Street hasn't been willing to give them much of anything here. Logan Farley getting rung up for a foul, his second of the half. And it's going to be a one-on-one opportunity for Flores, who hit both cleanly on his last trip down the floor.
And that was a very smooth shot, encouraging to see from him, especially going into the end of this half.
And as one of the smallest players on the floor, he shows a lot of aggressiveness. If anything, really his go-to seems to be to try to take it at someone. It's going to be a lane violation here. LBS jumped it just a little early. And now High Street is going to take a timeout, try to set up their final play. They saw what happened last time at the end of the first quarter, and they definitely don't want that again. So they're going to draw it up, probably burn off a lot of the time, maybe hit one or two key passes, and nail this first half down. And one of our dedicated watchers could probably let us know the original score. We can go look it up and find it. But if memory serves, High Street was somewhere in the high 60s to Lancaster was about 50 or so. And so certainly the more defensive rematch for these teams here.
Yeah, you got to wonder if already having played each other, if they have learned each other's style a little bit better, kind of know what to anticipate, if that's a factor in this game with the rematch.
Well, Coach Lee for Lancaster, we were chatting before the game, and he definitely said, hey, there are some specific adjustments we're making. We're going to set up our defense. You've seen that box and one show up at times. And it looks like they're going to bring some full court pressure. And now they're immediately dropping right back out of it, but just kind of forcing the Crusaders further down. Another end of the quarter turnover. Let's see if the Eagles can capitalize for three. No good. Can he get it back up? Doesn't. And that's going to finish off the first half. Eagles not able to convert, but earned themselves a couple good opportunities. It's 24-13. High Street in the lead here. 7-minute halftime. We'll be back on the other side to bring you more action from the West Coast Baptist College Tip-Off Tournament. welcoming you back to the second half of our game here today in the Walther Center. I'm David, joined by Natalie here, and bringing you High Street from Ohio with 24 in the first versus Lancaster Baptist with 13. LBS definitely not in a rhythm offensively so far, certainly in part because of some strong defense by the Crusaders. But the Eagles are just going to have to figure out a way to put up points here in the second half. Really, the offense being led by Farley and Sides by High Street. The Eagles really working to take McGraw away. And other players have stepped up. They've responded. They're doing a good job. And we'll see if the Eagles can dig in here. Not a lot to write home about in terms of the offensive performance. And that is definitely what the Eagles needed coming out. They got the shot clock violation, possibly because McGraw was just like the buzzer going off right about as he was going to pull up anyway. But it looked like they would have even gotten the block on that three, even had it gone up in time. And so Coach Lee kept him in the locker room till literally just about the very last second out of the half, potentially trying to work on some of their defensive shape and things like this.
Yeah, they were very aggressive defensively on the last play, which was really encouraging. Really liked how they did that. Offensively, obviously, we had a turnover, but they got it back on defense, so let's see how it goes this time around.
And swinging it around, let's see if this three a little bit too strong. Whitman almost comes down with it, but fights and forces it off the hand of one of the Crusaders. It's going to stay with the Eagles down on the far end of the court from our vantage point here. Now, one of the things to worry about is going to be that Flores has, if our halftime stats update was correct, has 4 fouls, and they just can't get anything to fall right now. They've had some good looks. Honestly, their offensive execution is sharper than what it has been to this point, but you gotta turn execution into shiny lights on the scoreboard. Farley here working it in the paint. That's going to be short, but
yeah. So some good defense by Whitman. He was doing well.
And as that shot didn't hit the rim, the shot clock, it was pretty close. Operators thought it hadn't, but the ref just instructing, getting the timing all correct. McGraw, only his second field goal attempt of the game, with a concentrated effort to keep him from touching it. DePalarosa here swinging it to Whitman. And the Eagles working it around the perimeter. Incisive pass there. And again, the story of this second half so far is a nice balance of thoughtfulness and aggression that's just not leading to getting it through the hoop. Sides here on the wing doing a good job. The leading scorer for High Street to this point, if I remember right. And Sides over to the younger McGraw, Farley up top. Eshbin is going to pull this one, and it comes right back to High Street. Again, they're definitely fighting on the boards. Let's see if they themselves are able to get something to happen here. And this one gets poked out. A lot of defensive commitment, hands in people's faces, and Farley is going to splash that one from the far corner. And the Eagles trying to figure something out here. Into a pull-up three, and that did not look like it was the answer. that they were looking for there. You like some of that aggressiveness. You gotta be willing to maybe pull things earlier in the shot clock, but you still gotta find the right shot. Maybe you want to take 20 seconds to find that right shot instead of 30, but you gotta find the right shot. Good board by Sanders. And the Eagles taking it up, even here already, within 5-7 seconds. Opportunity to shoot, kicks it out, but nothing happening here for them so far. Whitman coming up to contest. High Street swinging this one around. And Sides found himself in a nice position, kind of in almost the half spaces, soccer would term it, the mid-range. And falling away, that might give him a little bit of momentum. I don't know the shot process there was maybe what they want to become the norm, but shooters are going to shoot, and they've got to find an offensive spark. Sides hits the deck. And they're sorting this one out with 3:11 left in the third quarter. It is 27-16. And so reminiscent of, even as we think about the Rams in the Super Bowl this weekend, their last time a couple years ago, right, that 13-3 slog against the Patriots, just kind of this sort of a big stakes, high pressure sort of game. Both teams are playing well enough, but that well enough is more so on the defensive end. Their offense is really kind of lagging behind, but we're starting to see some production from three, and certainly a nice shot there to push it to 30-16. And the pull up there, the board resets it, gets it to fall. It's 30-18, just under 3 to play here in the third.
Yeah, two definitely different styles on offense right now. It seems like High Street's definitely playing their game a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical in like taking their time, where Lancaster almost has to play a little bit faster to make up some of that difference in scoring. And so definitely a different strategy here between the teams.
And Robert McGraw, a little more maybe like a ball handling kind of style of play, and even I think being seen as High Street is giving him some run here in the second half. The bank in by Flores. And just kind of prioritizing keeping the ball, holding possession, going full Pep Guardiola. They can't score if they don't have the ball. Just trying to maximize it. Stay in control here. It's 30-20 with 2:05 left in the third. High Street leading Lancaster as they have done all game. In the timeouts right now, Natalie, give us one thing that you think High Street is probably prioritizing and one thing you think Lancaster is probably prioritizing with 2 minutes left to go here in the third quarter.
Kind of what you already mentioned. I think High Street just really has to control the game. I think they can't let it, if they let it get like pace-wise, something to where it's like too fast or something they don't want, I think that's where they can lose it. I think they're going to focus more on just controlling, taking good shots, getting those rebounds. They have been very aggressive in rebounding so far, and I think that has produced a lot more shots for them. So I think Lancaster just has to really try to make their shots, like knock down good solid shots, and then keep their momentum up, because they do have, you know, that gap to make up in 2 minutes and then one more quarter.
And LBS really hasn't been all that good from outside today. I know there was the one over in the corner a couple minutes ago, maybe one or two others, but not really so much. Eagles pulled a press on them and tried to catch them here by surprise, do force the turnover, having to reset a little bit more, kind of work through their normal offense a bit. But you wonder if they're going to stick with that for much of the rest of the way, and that one's going to fall. Sanders gets it. I believe that's his first bucket of the game.
I think you're right.
Or if they're going to try to kind of pull it out in situations and keep the Crusaders guessing about what they might do. Farley back up to McGraw. Size for three. It looks like it's going to be off the front, and that one's going to be collected by the Eagles to Whitman, and isn't able to hold on to it, but is able to recollect it then and keep the Eagles with the ball. We got a minute left here in this quarter. It's 30-22, and that one's just too deep. McGraw coming down with it, swinging it over, and they are looking deep here, and he is going to get that in between two sets of arms. Eagles closing down. About a 7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock, and it looks like they are going to toss it to High Street. Shot clock is off. There have been some issues with end of quarter execution in both the first and second quarters for High Street. Cost them in the first, didn't in the second. And they are trying to just freeze this thing all the way down, and they will not. And the Eagles roll it up and over. And broadly speaking, High Street played pretty well so far, but it has got to be killing their coach that 3 for 3 at the end of the quarter. A late turnover has popped up or something, giving the Eagles some chances. But they've put themselves in a position, though, the Crusaders have, to take this one all the way home. It's 32-24. Got about 40 seconds, and then the final quarter will commence. Again, the winner of this game stays alive and is able to continue their journey back through the consolation bracket with an opportunity to win their way all the way into the title game. So a huge game for both of these teams. But for one of them, I don't know if there's any other consolation games after this point for them. Maybe for the eliminated teams. I'd have to check the schedule. I don't believe so. And so this could be the end of the line for one of these teams.
Yeah, David, you were saying with that consolation bracket, the winner that goes on is going to have to win quite a few more games.
They are going to have to win up to go all the way to the championship. The championship would be their fourth game today if they can get all the way back. I believe a win here sends the team to the 11 o'clock game. A win there sends them to, I think, 12:20, then to 2:20, and then to the 6:15 championship if they can get all the way through. Maybe either the 12:20 or the 2:20, depending on how some of the seeding, but definitely 8, 11, one more, and then the championship at 6. 8-point game, Eagles. Whitman a little bit deep. Pulled that one pretty early in the shot clock, but he had the space to do so, and they needed the points. You can't second guess it after the shot goes in or out, but you wonder if they'd maybe just maybe one more chance to look around the court, do some passing here. Sides. And that one's going to rattle out. The Eagles now bringing this one back up the court.
Yeah, I'm definitely not hating the Eagles' fast pace on this. However, I am noticing not a lot of rebounding is happening because of that. When they're taking some of their quick shots, they're not getting the other players there in time to get the rebounds when they miss.
And the Crusaders tied it up enough to get a jump ball here. And now we're going to try to work their way through the press. And tried to quarterback that one all the way through. Almost got it. And that one No call for contact. That one's going to get it. Comes up hobbling. Looks like maybe his ankle got rolled up on or something like that. You could see Coach Lee potentially trying to pull him here after the shots, although he hasn't motioned anyone on the bench to get ready. But he's going to need to hang in there for a chance at 2. And the first one coming up just a little short. With 6:19 to go, it's still that 8-point margin heading into the quarter. Make that 7 with Whitman hitting his second. And almost in trouble there. Sides is going to sling it. And now Sides. And splashes it. A bit of an aggressive closeout there. And he is down, and it looks like he hit the ground hard coming off of that shot. McGraw with a quiet game so far, not mostly due to any fault of his own seemingly, mostly just because of specifically concentrated focus by the Eagles defense. But a play like that, splashing the 3, getting the 4-point play to push it from a 7 to an 11-point game is just huge at this juncture. But the Eagles are not ready to give up on this one. Hit the 3 coming down the court. You wonder if their press is almost getting just a little overextended at this point. That's 2 possessions in a row that the Crusaders have managed to kind of sort it out and break through. 10-point game with 5.5 to go. And it'll stay with Lancaster. This is going to be the first time number 8 checks in this game. And we're going to have a timeout here. With Malachi Crockett, one of the younger players on this High Street team. Coming in potentially for some specific defensive pressure. It looked like number 3, Logan McGraw, was coming off of the court, and so maybe just kind of giving him a chance to reset after that collision on his 4-point play. Ball staying with the Eagles, down 10, 5.5 to go, tournament on the line. Let's see what they get from here. A nice play to the corner. That 3's a little deep. It has felt like their baseline 3s have consistently been a bit deep. If anything, you'd feel like their tired legs at this point in the tournament would cause them to short it. And if they can somehow miraculously advance by the second, third, fourth game of today, that might happen. But right now they've been a little long, if anything. Going to the line for 2 now.
It's been very interesting with those long 3s and just hoping they get the rebound. But again, with their fast pace, sometimes that isn't happening, so they can't get a second look at that.
And Phil is going to hit this one to put it to 9. It is a hypothetical 3-possession game, although the outside shooting is going to have to start coming a little bit more. It is an 8-point game, a turnover here by the Eagles, and it's going to stay down on Lancaster's side of the floor.
Lancaster has been causing a lot of turnovers, which has been really fun to watch. I believe that might be their 3rd of the quarter. Could be wrong on that number, but they've caused quite a few.
And the frantic pace, that 3 going to give them hope. 5-point game now. It is really heating up. And again, at this point, you got to do what you got to do. But when you just cut it to 5, the one thing you don't want to have happen is for the opponent to just work their way right down and just hit a layup. Now, to be fair, we just complimented how they have been forcing turnovers, and you got to take the good with the bad. But High Street staying calm, staying collected, and when they're working it past half court, they're pretty much just getting a 2-on-1. The Eagles having to bring 4 up to try to crowd them. And High Street now struggling at the moment. Here we go. Let's see if they can get it. This is going to be heading back Lancaster's direction. A 5-point game. And McGraw finding his way back out onto the court. If they're going to finish this one off, they're going to need more from him, like that 4-point play that is accounting for just about all of the margin. He's going to tough this one out, and let's see if the Eagles can bring this back. Swinging it over, and just can't get it to fall. Whitman going to be too deep with this, and the Eagles and the Crusaders are going back and forth. It's a 3-point game. The press looked like he caught that and almost slung it out lefty. Now this is what the Eagles had to do. They had to both get up in the press and also get back enough to force them into an offensive set. And they just dodged a bullet because they were maybe half a rotation away from another layup, but made it happen. McGraw in the corner. And the Eagles are fired up. High Street has looked good so far. They've got some of some really good shooters on the court. They've got the ability to ice this one out, but after low-key, because I love you, Eric, after a brutal start to the game, Lancaster is earned their way to make these last possessions, these last minutes really count, really matter. And that's what you love to see if you are a Lancaster fan.
Yeah, these last 4 minutes really have been quite different than the rest of the game. They've really stepped up their game. They've been getting the shots that they can make. I feel like they really kind of isolated where they were doing well. So that was encouraging to see for that.
With the kind of the full court pressure they've been bringing, ironically, it's felt like High Street has handled it pretty well, but whenever they haven't, it's either been great or really bad. It's either been already a numbers disadvantage, giving it to the Eagles in the backcourt and setting up plays like that, or they've just kind of gone down some crisp passing, stayed on top of their game, and gotten down there and gotten a layup. So you wonder now, right, Lancaster has all the momentum. They can't rest on their laurels because they're very literally still losing this game. High Street played so well for so much of it, especially on defense. Really, on defense, almost kind of that Virginia Cavaliers pack line sort of thing, just really compressing the spaces, not giving the Eagles much to work with in the half court. You wonder if that's almost why their defense has struggled here to this point. And the whistle came in a little bit late to tell if it was a shot clock violation or if it was just Eagles ball anyway. But here we are with just under 3 to play, 40 for the High Street Christian Crusaders, 37 for the Lancaster Baptist Eagles, and that is the second play. Just an honest jump for the rebound kind of situation, but the second time the McGraw has gone down hard here in the second half. But he's got the ball here, swinging it over and working it around. They've got multiple players back. They kept 2 back, 3 in the press instead of 4 and 1. Working it back and forth between Robert McGraw and Eshbin Eniat. Farley now up top, resetting it. We got about a dozen on the shot clock. And they are going to call the Eagles for that one. Not the kind of foul you can have too much of an issue with. He threw himself into the play, but he made a legitimate effort at getting his feet down. And, I mean, there's 2 minutes to go. You got to get in there and contest. But this is going to send the Crusaders to the line. First one slightly too deep and rolls out to the right. Let's see if they can push it out to 2 possessions here. 40-37, 2:15 to go. And they do. And there's not a lot of fans here. Again, just the early game and all of that. A beautiful cross-court pass. That's going to be short. We jinxed it earlier. Eagles get it back. And they are going to call timeout. 2 minutes on the dot. 41 for the Crusaders. 37 for the Eagles. This one is going to push all the way to the wire in order for one of these teams to survive and advance. And really, either way, survive has to be how it feels like at this point for them.
Yeah, for High Street, I mean, having led the whole game, being only 4 points ahead, that's probably mentally a little bit different for them. And so they are probably in that trying to just make it past that 2 minutes at this point. Just hold their... Because at 2 minutes, it's not really the time to change strategies. It's the time to just do what you do and do it well. And so hopefully for High Street, they can do that. Hopefully for Lancaster, they can overcome, you know, that last 2 minutes, those last 4 points. And
honestly, at this point, about one shot can make the difference. One stop, one shot. There's the stop for High Street, forcing a turnover. And Robert McGraw just kind of working it up top. And the Eagles almost jump that. It's chaos over here. And they're going to call a foul, it looks like. On the floor against
I believe it was on Flores.
DePaula Rosa.
Nope.
His third, with only a minute and a half left. Probably not going to become an issue. Puts Lancaster at 5. And a very nifty around the back move there. Halter jumping in there.
Yeah, Halter's been pretty aggressive on defense this quarter.
He's been quick to pull up from 3 as well. I don't remember him getting one to fall. But let's see if he's able to make that happen. McGraw again with another move here. And sides. And he is going to end up at the line. Went in strong against the first guy. Drew contact. And has a chance that will not fall. 75 seconds left in the game. Crusaders still up 4. Chance to make it 5 here. And that prayer will go unrewarded. 0 for 2 here, giving the Eagles a little bit more of a lifeline. And it looks like Whitman is down. And Owen Sanders immediately to the scorer's table. Might have been going in anyway, but it looks like he is then at this point. Drew Whitman is down and still is, it looks like. From where we're calling the game, we don't have a great angle on it. And didn't see what originally happened. So I don't know how much we can provide in the way of commentary, other than certainly most importantly, hoping that he is okay. He's getting up. Looked like he had maybe tweaked his ankle earlier and it went back to that. It doesn't look like he's putting literally any weight on one ankle. Just not touching the floor with it at all. And most all of the Eagles who are not currently on the floor connecting with him, trying to make sure he is okay. Certainly, if they're going to advance in this tournament, they'll need him. Splashes it. De Paulo Rosa, 1-point game. Bounces off the shin of Farley. Eagles, Halter, can't get it to go. McGraw goes up hard. This one's going to be called a jump ball, which I believe is going to stay down on the offensive end with 42.6 left. Lancaster calling a timeout here has incredibly gotten themselves back into the game. High Street has to weather one more shot, and if they can get through this, they're going to force the Eagles to foul them to finish this one off. They've got some good shooters. You figure they're just going to do whatever they can. Eagles been aggressive in bringing a press. Maybe the Eagles don't even foul right away. See if they can just force another turnover. Lancaster already on 6, so it'll be shots right away in a 1-and-1 situation if they are forced to foul.
Which without Whitman on the court, that will be a very interesting dynamic. He has caused a lot of the turnovers. He has been big on rebounds. So I'm very interested to see the play they drop, both offensively and then how they respond defensively without him.
He's got that length-speed combo here. High Street seeming in good spirits. They're committed. They know what they need to do. They got to dig in for one more defensive possession. And even after that, hypothetically, you get a stop, you get fouled, you go make 2, still having to weather it as Lancaster can tie the game up with a 3 on the next possession here. Up, and it's going to be over. You wonder how quickly they're going to try to pull it. Turnover forced by the Crusaders. Eagles get it back. Looked like Sides got in there, forced the steal. And so with 30 left, the Eagles setting up a press. Let's see what High Street draws up in order to try to ice this one out. Let's see what Lancaster draws up in order to try to make this one happen. McGraw to Farley. Farley to Sides. He is going to go up strong. He's not going to get it. This is going to be another jump ball situation, which is then going to go back to Lancaster. Almost the kind of scenario Lancaster might have been hoping for. Now the shot clock is off. You probably want to get a shot up with maybe 8 left or something like that. Give yourself a little bit of a chance. And they're going to pull it. It's not going to happen. And High Street is going to get it. It looks like it was a jump ball situation called. I think we've had 4 of these in the last 2 minutes, and so they keep alternating back and forth. With 4.7 left, they're going to have to foul right away. That clock ran down maybe even an extra half second or so. 3.0. High Street up 1. Robert McGraw going to the line after missing 2 his last time down. First foul against Halter for the Eagles.
Now you mentioned those jump ball situations. Both teams very much putting their heart into these last couple minutes, really fighting for every possession.
Absolutely. Sometimes you get a jump ball, just the way it bounces, it falls right in the middle of 2 people, and that's just kind of what it is. but really both sides creating opportunities for themselves here by just pushing themselves to the wire. And I'm sure even we've talked about the early tip, a little bit tougher to get into rhythm. Man, you've got to wake up and just be ready to go to war at an 8:20 tip like this. It's a tough kind of thing to make happen. Let's see what High Street can do here. They've got a chance to secure themselves at least overtime, barring a crazy 4-point play. If Robert McGraw can hit this. Misses it. Will they get it up in time? And the prayer goes unanswered. Some nifty passing in the backcourt, but weren't quite able to get it any closer in time. Had to launch it from half court, but honestly, almost as good of a situation as you could hope for on the 1-and-1. Just getting that clock rolling. Just a tough game all the way around. A tough Lancaster team coming back after just a rough early one.
Yeah, both teams.
A rough early start.
They played well.
And a tough High Street team hanging in there for the win. Definitely you can see the passion that both sides have put into this one so far. I don't think you could have an undeserved winner with this, but certainly a deserved win for High Street just in the sense of what they put on the scoreboard early in the game. Lancaster, definitely a lot of heart, a lot of mental resilience to come back like they did. But the Crusaders edging this one out by the smallest of margins, 41-40. Congratulations certainly to both teams. Two great teams, put a lot of effort into it. Definitely had things go against them. Definitely had to put themselves physically on the line. But some great teams with some great young men as well. We're going to take a bit of a break on the broadcast now. We've got 8.5 until Oakwood versus Calvary. Our next game in the consolation bracket is going to tip off. And so we're going to go drink some hot tea or something like that. Same broadcast team will be coming right back at you in Game 2. Stay on. We'll see you in a bit. Well, welcome back to the West Coast Baptist College Tip-Off Tournament. We've got a battle of the Eagles here, and Oakwood from South Carolina getting the first points on the board here just about a minute into the game. We've got Calvary from Banning here in California, not too far down the road. And a team crossing time zones in order to be able to play here. Calvary coming back down and equalizing it on a smooth jump shot here. Between the 35, the length, the jump shot. Got a little tip-off tournament, Kevin Durant action happening here. And this is shaping up to be a good one here. Leonard Jackson scoring already for Calvary in the black with the ball here. Goes for it again, scores. Matching up with him, 6'5", is really going to be one of the difficult tasks for Oakwood. But they've been playing well recently. They lost their first game of the tournament to Lancaster Baptist, but they've won their way back to this point. This is the second semifinal of the consolation bracket. And High Street from Ohio held on, got the win. Great bucket there from number 34, Bryce Sturgill. High Street held on against the Lancaster Baptist comeback, 1-1, to book their spot in the consolation final. The winner of this game is going to have the other spot. That game's going to come up at 12:20. And so both of these teams trying to keep their tournament hopes alive, and a little bit deep from Oakwood, but able to just keep running around and making magic happen. Jackson coming down with the board, trying to go all the way coast to coast, but kicks it into the corner now. And the team resetting a little bit here. Pulls up and hits it from 3. You can tell that he's feeling it already here. And certainly going to cause some consistent problems. Oakwood causing some consistent problems of their own as Cole McGowan, the senior, splashes from the corner to put them right back up. Well, we've got a great one here already so far. I'm excited to be joined by Natalie Chadwick.
I'm excited to be here. It's a pleasure to watch these games. These guys are really doing well just already. So high-scoring game. It's going to be fun.
It's been smooth offensively so far. 9-7, Oakwood, South Carolina, leading Calvary, California. And after a more defensively oriented battle in the last game. Nice to see some more shots going in here. Looks like Jackson maybe got in on that. Players colliding so far. Leonard Jackson scoring all 7 for Calvary Banning. The big question for Oakwood is if they can stop them. The big question for Calvary is if they can give him some help, at least here in the early going. But Oakwood still on top. We've gotten contributions from a couple of players. And we'll have to see how this one shakes out. And it looked like it went off of his foot. Oakwood now getting this here. And the Eagles in white and blue working here against the Eagles of black and red. Into Sturgill. And the offensive board giving them another opportunity. Another splash here from the corner. This one by Adrian Fields, I believe. And Oakwood up 12-7 with about 3.5 to go here in the first quarter. The save comes back to Jackson. And swinging it around, we got another one from outside. But number 24, Christian Cooper, not able to get it to fall. And the off the backboard, was it a shot? Was it a banked assist? Who's really to say? But an attacking play by the 5'6", 10th grader, Will Barber, ends up with the senior putting it in for the bucket. In the very early going, it felt like Jackson was going to carry Calvary to a stronger first quarter performance, but Oakwood is playing great, battled back, and are up 14-7 at this point with just under 3 to go in the first. Natalie, anything kind of standing out to you here in the early going for this game?
Yeah, just Oakwood's pace is pretty quick, especially on these last couple plays. And I feel like they're working well together in that fast pace. A lot of times when you rush it, players don't always can't communicate as well, but they are communicating well. They're working together. Very impressive on that.
And right now for Oakwood, the second tallest player on the court is number 22, Cole McGowan. So they don't have a ton of size out there. Calvary hits the 3 to cut it to 4. But they're just executing. They're making their offense work. They're making it happen. And we're going to get a push called here. Only the second foul called here in the quarter so far. Only 2 fouls in 6 minutes. Is, like we've mentioned, just a nice free-flowing game.
And both of those fouls are on Calvary.
And Oakwood coming down again. Will Barber hitting the 3 there. It's 17-10. Number 13, Anthony Jackson, bringing it up the court now to Leonard Jackson, who's going to try to take it in and see what he can create. It's going to just slightly miss to the left. Oakwood coming down and pushing it. Barber on the run. Swinging it around, didn't feel comfortable pulling it in the corner there. And Oakwood just looking to execute their offense now at this point. And that one's going to be short, but created a good look from the corner after Oakwood has already hit a couple from there. Calvary's going to have to make sure that they can tighten that up. And this one is going to be splashed by number 22, the 5'7" freshman, Hudson Rule. And that one's going to get erased by Jackson here. Calvary trying to claw their way back. It's 17-13. Oakwood is up. With 1 minute here, the senior Sturgill coming off, getting replaced here then by the big number 24. Working it 2 in the post. Let's see if he can create here. Kicking it out, working it around. 10 on the shot clock. And he's going to get called for a travel. Shuffled a little bit as he was getting up and at it. Oakwood up 17-13, just under a minute here to go. And swiped by number 3, who let that one fly. But Adrian Fields not able to get it to fall. Just over 1 shot clock worth. Clearly not enough time for Calvary to really push for the 2-for-1. So they're just going to look for the best shot that they can get and then dig in on defense to finish off the first quarter here. Been a good first quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And Jackson coming in, not a great original shot, but he cleans it up and gets the bucket to cut it to 2. Oakwood thinking about pulling it here early. And number 24, Jude Collins at 6'4", their tallest player, and one of only two over 6 feet, is going to hit the bucket there. Calvary not able to convert, and so at the end of the first, it's 19 for the Eagles of Oakwood, South Carolina. It's 15 for Calvary Eagles in Banning, California. We'll be back in just a second. And the second quarter getting ready to start here. Again, Oakwood in the white and blue up by 4. Calvary in the black and red with an opportunity to close that margin here. Jackson not able to get it to fall in the paint. A pretty aggressive, somewhat informal press, just kind of the way it worked out. Calvary kept their players down. Wasn't like they were setting up a full court press from an out-of-bounds situation. But here we've got Oakwood bringing two guys up and kind of a little bit of a zone pressure, and here making it just a bit more difficult for Calvary, who's now working it around. Oakwood forcing the turnover there. And again, one player staying down, now retreating for Calvary. It looks like both sides want to make this an end-to-end game. We already are having a pretty high-scoring quarter, honestly. One of the higher-scoring starts to a game or paces to a game, what we've seen here in the tournament so far. And now, both teams showing a commitment to turn this one into a track meet.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed so far is even just in the stands, watching some of the other teams come in and watching these two teams, definitely you can tell they're very interested to see how this one goes. Some of the teams, I noticed some High Street players watching as they'll be playing the winner of this game next. So possibly watching for some things to look out for and all of that.
Absolutely. Again, the winner of this game plays High Street at 12:20. The losers tournament is over in terms of their contention. The next game after this, coming up around 11, I think we're maybe running a minute or two behind, but about 11 is going to be Liberty from Durham, North Carolina versus Newport Beach, California. Those are the two top teams so far. The winner will advance straight to the championship tonight. The loser will then take on the winner of the consolation bracket. So one of these Eagles or the High Street Crusaders will then face the loser of Newport versus Liberty. So far in the early going, Oakwood with a 6-point lead, chance to push it to 8, but it rattled out. Jackson now taking it up the court. And the kick out, not quite far enough. Barber driving it up. He's been good so far. He's not a huge player, but he's got good control and good aggressiveness. And I've definitely liked what I've seen from him so far in this game. Jackson trying to make this one happen. Got a little bit too fancy with it. Tried to kind of go up and down and scoop it through. And that was not going to be allowed by Oakwood's Jude Collins. With the 3 then coming down from Daniel Bowen. And apologies for any names that we're missing along the way. Calvary pushing it a little bit here on offense, just kind of getting something up fast. Oakwood with the fast break. Now it's coming back the other direction. Jackson kicks it to the corner. That's for 3, and that's good. That's the kind of thing Calvary's been looking for.
Yeah, I believe that's their first points of this quarter coming out of the first. It was a good, clean shot. It was very nice.
And it was 5-0 in this quarter so far. Definitely a little bit quieter offensively after the 19-14 first quarter. Players from Calvary hitting the deck on both sides. We'll see if this can keep up. The 20-foot out Euro step. And that's going to be called a walk there. Barber comes back to hit the bench for Oakwood. And Bryce Sturgill, the senior, checking back in to the game now. And that one is going to be airballed. 24 for Calvary. Christian Cooper coming down. 22. Hudson Rule, the 5'7" freshman, making it count from downtown. It's 26-21 Oakwood here as we approach 4 minutes in the second quarter. And almost was able to get that one through, but Daniel Bowen couldn't quite finish it after the nifty move to get it to fall. The younger Jackson now going here, and Leonard Jackson wouldn't be surprised if he was trying to get his brother to alley-oop him, as you saw the play developing there, but there were enough defenders around. He just needed to go up, come down with it, try to go up strong for a shot. Wasn't able to get it to fall, but now we'll have a chance for 2. First one too far to the right and bounces out.
Yeah, the Jackson brothers have been playing well together, feeding each other the ball, and it's been very fun to watch their dynamic.
They've got that brotherly chemistry, you can tell. And as an Orlando Magic fan, this is my contractually obligated time to mention Franz Wagner. Did it last night. Got to do it at least at some point today. It's going to happen. Oakwood, though, playing well here so far with a 5-point lead, just under 4 left in the quarter. Swinging it out of the high post. Some good offensive movement here. Shorts it a little bit after the drive, but a good job working out and in and out and in, and really forcing the Calvary Eagles defense to account for it. Now we've seen some good defense from both sides. Mm-hmm. We've mentioned that scoring has dropped a little bit this quarter, and we might have jinxed that shot there with the mention. But I think part of that's been good defense. Mm-hmm. Natalie, how would you try to get your offense back on track if you're Calvary and you're looking at a slight early deficit?
I'd say, honestly, just finding what works for them, knowing kind of shots like this where it's a very fast-paced and they seem to not be making those as much. Really focusing on getting a second chance shot, really focusing on rebounds. I feel like they're almost doing themselves a disservice by not allowing themselves a chance to rebound. And so kind of almost slowing it down, getting those set up to where if they miss a shot, they have a second or a third chance to get that, and just giving themselves that margin where they need, just they have the margin to go at it again.
And Cody Bonshire had checked into the game for just a couple of seconds. Looks like Coach Nick Coral, Eagles alumni and I believe 4-year basketball starter here, calling him back out. Bonshire, one of the tallest junior hires here in the tournament. He's listed at 6'4" and as an 8th grader. And so Jackson here, 35 with the ball right now. Maybe the more consistently on the court, big. And he had thought he had been able to pivot his way through the lane. Refs ringing him up for a travel. Oakwood up 9 with the ball, 2 to go in the quarter. But just getting some reps, getting on the court for a tournament like this. And battling down low, Jackson with the rejection. And he likes moving pretty quickly down the court. He's not the one to try to just reset, work it to his point guard and eventually have some kind of Stockton-Malone combo down on the block. Is that new age big, right? your Durant's, your Giannis's, the sort of guys that just want to take it and go. Calvary tries to take it in the lane, and Sturgill blocks it and parties with his teammates afterwards on his way back down the court. Coming around to pick here, and this is going to be a little bit short from the baseline. Number 42, Anthony Arenas, with the board for Calvary. Christian Cooper dancing with the ball a little bit here. Rule from 3, not quite. And a good job staying controlled by number 12, Anthony Glackolet, is able to avoid on-rushing defenders down in the low post. Rule undercuts that pass, jumps it against someone that is listed as 9 inches taller than him. Really the definition of being in the right place at the right time, putting yourself in the right place at the right time. Struggle is going to finish this one off. And this margin has opened up as Oakwood is now up 34-21, heading into the last shot of the first half. They've only got 5 seconds. You're going to need to see something here from them. Pull it up. And not able to bank that one in. 34-21. Oakwood had been up most of the game so far, at least since maybe the very start of the first quarter. But the margin had been sitting kind of in that 4 to 6, 4 to 7 sort of range. And now Calvary is looking up at halftime, and it's a 13-point game. We got 7 minutes till the second half tips off. We'll be back with you to give you all the action starting in the third quarter. We've got a minute and a half here till the third quarter tips off at the West Coast Baptist College Tip-Off Tournament. This is the consolation bracket semifinal. The winner will advance to play High Street from Ohio, who won a one-point nail-biter earlier, and keep their tournament hopes alive. So far, Oakwood from South Carolina with the early advantage. They're up 34-21 after a pretty close game throughout much of the first half. They were able to open it up late. The leading scorers for the Oakwood Eagles, Bryce Sturgill, the senior, 14 points on 7 of 11 shooting. Most all of those coming from pretty deep inside. He's done a good job at creating openings for himself and taking advantage of them. Their second leading scorer, number 24, their other big. And so they're really just doing a good job between Jude Collins as well then, just getting in there and owning the inside. But they're doing it in part through ball movement, through spacing. It hasn't felt like they've just gone to, 1990s basketball and just put, Patrick Ewing down on the block the entire time or something like that. It's pretty free-flowing, but with a good end product. For the Calvary Eagles, their leading scorer so far is going to be the freshman Hudson Rule, 3 of 4, all of his shots from downtown for 9 points. Tied then at 9 points with Leonard Jackson, who's also at 10 rebounds and 4 blocks. So he's got an outside shot at a triple-double here, but he's only 4 of 11 from the field. Oakwood has done a good job in trying to get to him and limit his effectiveness. Clearly one of the more dynamic players in this game, in the tournament as a whole, but some good team defense already. Natalie, as we're looking at the game here, anything standing out to you, maybe a player that you want to really kind of focus on in the second half, something you want to see going on here over the next 15 minutes of game time?
Yeah, a couple things that stood out to me. First of all, Rule, leading scorer for Calvary. Just a smaller player, but aggressive. It's been fun to watch him. I've also noticed a difference from our last game. Didn't seem as much of a fouling game. A little bit like, I think we mentioned this the first quarter, but it stayed consistent throughout the whole half. It's a very free-flowing. They're being aggressive. I feel like the refs are letting them, be aggressive, and that's fun to watch. But yeah, not a lot of fouls, not a lot of stops to these games. Very fast paced, excited for the rest of this game, and then also to watch them play High Street, as it is a slightly different dynamic of play than what we watched in the last game.
High Street at a little bit of a disadvantage in that they had to get up and to handle a must-win game at 8:20 in the morning. That's tough.
Yes.
But now with a little bit of an advantage, they're going to get an extra chance to rest. They're going to know, they're going to be able to see their opponents play out in real time while they get to watch this one now before they take on the winner of this one. At the moment, Oakwood up 15 before High Street faces the winner at 12:20 Pacific time. And this is a fight down low. Rule on the baseline here. And number 24, Christian Cooper, another 8th grader, taking it up. We've got a pretty young team here in a lot of ways. Definitely some upperclassmen here. But hitting the deck for Calvary, number 5. And looks like maybe his ankle just kind of went a little bit sideways here, but he's just tying up his shoes and is going to be back at it. Swishes the first. Let's see if he's able to get the second to fall. And doesn't fall there. And this makes it 38-25 in the Battle of the Eagles. Oakwood, South Carolina, is beating Calvary Banning down the road here in California. And we have 5:59 to go here in the third quarter, right at 2 minutes in. Oakwood working it around from three, rattles around, but not able to get it to fall. Leonard Jackson full speed here and gets picked. Oakwood sprinting down. Barber not quite able to make this happen. And finally kind of resetting after some end-to-end chaos by both teams. Sets up, pulls up, and a little bit too far here. Jackson read that one and gets the steal to rule the corner, rims out. It's 3 of 4 from downtown in the first half. So he's in a good rhythm. You like what you're seeing from him here, but just not quite able to get that to fall. Sturgill going up with the contest. Jackson going to be heading to the line for two. 38-25. Oakwood, 3 minutes into this third quarter here.
If you were there for our last game, you watched Derek Whitman take a fall. Oh, sorry, not Derek Whitman, Eric Whitman. And he is walking out on crutches now, seems to be doing fine. So hopefully he can get a healthy recovery next couple weeks. So if you were there for our last game, that is our update on him.
And Drew still not putting any weight on that left ankle at all. Just the crutches and the right ankle on his way out, but was able to move pretty smoothly while doing so. Natalie, we've seen a bit more frantic pace here, and we do know that Calvary has to make up a deficit. They're down or off that miss, still 13. Do you want to see them try to slow it down, or do you think that this plays in their favor and they just need to be more efficient with it?
I would actually like to see them slow it down a little bit. I typically like faster paces, but I don't feel like it's working for them. I feel like they need to take their time a little bit more, especially as some of their players on some of their rotations do have a size deficit. I think they need a little bit slower pace to get some of those rebounds, to set themselves up well. Seems like they're getting decent shots at this fast pace, but they're not knocking them down. So I would like to see how a slower pace would affect that, if they could get a little bit maybe longer time setting up or whatever they need, but try slowing that down.
Sturgill controlling the board there on the defensive end after a couple of offensive rebounds in a row. And he has been just a pest on the board so far in a very complimentary sort of way. It's tough to be able to handle it. But even then on that last possession, the one before this one here, so maybe about a minute ago now, when he kept just kind of getting chances from close range, Leonard Jackson, 35, had come out to contest a three, almost got that block. Calvary coming back the other way and tried to kind of reverse it to get to the seemingly favored right hand. Wasn't able to get it to fall, in part because of the foul. But Jackson stayed out there on the perimeter instead of coming back down, and as the one really long Calvary player, he's really one of the few options that might be able to help bring it to a draw on the boards. So you really want to see him work his way back into play. Hey, he's got a lot of ground to cover. But it's at the same time, you got to save a bit of energy for the offensive end. He does so here with a chance for the and one. Oakwood still doing well, still in control of this game. It's 40-29 at the moment. Free throw can cut it to 10. Let's flip the question around, Natalie. We talked about Calvary. Let's ask about Oakwood then. They've been just maybe a little sharper throughout the game. It feels like they have a bit more of this ability to just control the ball, whether in transition or in the half court. Bad timing myself right before the turnover. Rule splashes it, and he is that designated hitter kind of player. He's there to bomb threes, and he can do so well for sure. Cuts it to 7 after Oakwood had been up about 15 at times. Do you want to see Oakwood slow it down and try to take advantage of maybe some half-court execution? Or do you think that they should keep trying to play to this frantic tempo and maximize their own chances to score?
Well, the timing of this question is pretty funny because before we had that turnover into, a made 3, I was going to say keep it fast because I felt like they'd been controlling it well at the fast pace. I felt Calvary hadn't been doing well fast, so Oakwood should continue to push that. But right now that was a pretty fast-paced play, and Calvary optimized on it. So honestly, not really sure which one they should go with. I would probably keep it fast as I feel like percentage-wise they are doing better at that speed and trying to push Calvary outside of their comfort zone. Is probably where they want to stay. I'll be interested to see what method they come out of this timeout with, that their coach gives them to see.
I think they've got maybe even a bit more ability to vary it between Sturgill having the ability to own the post, to be that post presence, and other players then being able to accelerate it, even find, maybe one of their bigs as kind of a second layer of that fast break after the guards are kind of doing their work and drawing the pressure. So they've got maybe a little bit more variability as we're looking at it here.
I do feel like Oakwood has been playing a lot of their bench rather well, like variety, having a good amount of time where they play players and then rest them. I feel like they're balancing all the players' time on the court extremely well, giving each player enough rest and time on the court to make plays.
And in talking with Coach Nick Corral for Calvary the other day, really kind of doing a developing job with this basketball program. They've had sports for a while there at Calvary Banning. This isn't the first time they've had a team, but really just trying to kind of take that team to the next level. It just depends on if you feel like you've got the players to be able to keep putting into the game. We've already highlighted a couple of 8th and 9th graders that are doing a great job for them. You got to feel good about where this program is going to be, where Coach Corral is helping take them to. But right now, you just got to wonder if they are all the way there.
Yeah, definitely a much younger team than Oakwood would be, a lot younger players. They have a lot more freshmen coming in and playing, so definitely excited for their future. I think no matter what happens in this game, this tournament has been a great experience for them, and it's definitely going to help them just be ready for the future and be ready even for next year as a school, being able to identify where did we do well, what were our struggles. And so I think that no matter what happens in this game, this is a very positive thing for them to be having this experience.
With only one senior on the entire roster for Calvary, and I may have missed Christian Cormel, the 6'4" center, but I don't know that I have. Apologies to the Cormel family if I am deeply underrating his playing time so far. But with a lot of really players that will be here next year, taking pretty much the entirety of this game, in some cases, a 9th grader like Hudson Rule, an 8th grader like Christian Cooper, even an 8th grader Cody Bonshire coming in for a moment and going up strong, not able to get it to fall, but getting down and willing to throw their bodies around as they're trying to come back here a little bit deep. Rule for 3, just too deep. Jackson gets it. He tries to drive, goes back up, and an incredibly intense possession with 4 or 5 times, I believe, that Oakwood had to reset, get their defense ready, managed to get off of that end of the floor without conceding any points.
Yeah, tremendous effort from both sides on that play. You really saw Calvary trying to push to get, second, third, fourth opportunities, which is what they need to do. And I thought they did it well. Unfortunately, it didn't go in for them, but they did what they needed to do, which was really good.
We've got 38.4 here in the third quarter left to go. Shot clock's at 34. And they're just going to go up right away. Jackson able to get that one to fall. So the shot clock will be off. Oakwood, should they so choose, can burn this one pretty much entirely out. But Sturgill is going to put this one in. Hey, the point of burning it is in order to be able to score as effectively as possible. But if you can get the 2 points, you might as well get the 2 points. Now Calvary has the chance to finish it, but turning over Barber, can he get it up to someone? One, and it doesn't look like a shot is going to happen here before the buzzer. And so heading into the fourth quarter, it's 45-35. Oakwood handling it so far. The only thing that might be a slight worry is if this game starts to get away. They're at 4 fouls already. Calvary only at 1. So there's a bit more margin for the Western Coast Eagles as they are trying for the comeback. But Oakwood has looked in control for much of this game. They're doing a good job. Again, both teams fighting for their tournament lives over the last 8 minutes of this game. Oakwood certainly in the driver's seat, but enough time for this one to get away from them if they don't finish strong. The winner will play again at 12:20 against High Street, Ohio, to be crowned the champion of the consolation bracket and to play their way back in to have a shot at the overall title. Oakwood, having lost the first game of the tournament, their matchup against Lancaster Baptist, with no margin for error all the way through, has done a good job of putting themselves in position. Swinging it around, though, Calvary with some good looks, not able to get it to fall. But you know that Calvary will take possessions like that if that's going to be indicative of how they can run their offense. And a nice look. Very good pass. Kind of playing a 2-3 zone Calvary is at the moment, with both of the two brought up relatively high to kind of set up some natural pressures, some natural double teams. That one can't quite fall. And scoops it up and over and in. That's Adrian Fields. He's been a bit quieter today, not in a bad way, maybe just in a bit more of a role player sort of way, but a very nice play there. And now he's D'ing up against Calvary's go-to Leonard Jackson here up top. Some important responsibilities for him here. Sturgill swats that, and it goes into the backcourt. It's 47-35 here. Oakwood leading. Let's see if they can get to 50 on this possession. And Collins is going to go up, follow up. And Jackson in extreme pain. Looked like he maybe went for his knee.
He's definitely been grabbing that left leg. But what happened, we weren't able to quite see from our position. There were a couple players surrounding Jackson at the time.
And he is in bad pain right now. Coach Coral, the only one out there. Everyone else just giving him a bit of space to be able to breathe. But as soon as Nate got there and asked him what was up, he was slapping his left leg. That's what's up. Nick is tightening his shoe to see if he can get through this one. But pretty quickly, he looks like he's going to at least have to take a couple of minutes out. First and foremost, you hope he's okay. Of course. Secondly, you hope that he can get to the point where he can maybe manage it and get back in the game. He looks like he is more okay than he could be. Was able to walk off under his own power, was able to kind of limber up from there. And he's coming back, not coming back to the scorer's table, but Nick just told him, hey, get up, stay walking around, try to be loose. So we would anticipate that he will probably be able to come back into this game before too long.
Mm-hmm.
On the court, Jude Collins doing a good job. Hits both of his free throws after he was fouled. Created that opportunity by following up an offensive rebound of a good shot that he had created. So a lot of effort, a lot of busyness. That one's going to slide in and then back out. And Sturgill comes away with it after the double team by Sturgill and Collins, giving Oakwood the opportunity. Collins wanting it inside with the two big guys for Oakwood.
Mm-hmm.
And with Jackson coming back in right about now, Oakwood calling the timeout, but it looked like he was going to check in pretty soon. You could tell they wanted to go get some buckets down low without having to worry about that size disparity.
We were able to see Cody Bonshire come into that game for that play. It was very nice to see him come in. He's a little bit taller of an athlete, so seeing his size dynamic come into play for Calvary was very interesting, and we'll be hopeful to maybe see him a little bit more in this game. Then again, if Jackson can come back in, that would be amazing, as that would mean he is not injured, and we would love to see that.
Oakwood, we talked about this earlier when we were trying to talk about whether they should play fast or slow. But they've got the versatility not only to do that, but also to go small or big, or to really kind of orient more around their guards or their big men. Their big men really certainly been putting up the most stats from today, but some good guard play, even if it's not going to show up quite as much on the scoreboard. Will Barber here bringing good pressure before it comes back to Jackson, who will pull up for three. He's got it. He got some space there, and he's got a smooth enough stroke. You could tell that he wanted to get that. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty like he's got good quickness out there on the court. Seems like his ankle's okay. Barber hitting the ground hard after driving it in for Oakwood. We got just about 5.5 to play. Oakwood up 13. And a great steal here from Calvary. And the Eagles in black seeing if they can bring this one all the way back. Running out of time to do so, but they're pushing it. They're playing with good effort.
Mm-hmm.
Rule with a ton of space. He's not able to get that one to fall, but in the first half he showed he's probably their only real significant outside shooting threat.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson with a smooth stroke. He can include that as part of his game. He's on the run here and tries to keep it. He had a one-on-one going down the lane with guys on either side of him. Felt comfortable about his chances, but Oakwood was able to get back. and mess that up. Calvary now running it back from 3. No good. Sturgill with the board. And Oakwood turning it over here. This kind of end-to-end, somewhat chaotic showdown leading into an air ball there with 4.5 to go. It's still a 13-point margin for the Oakwood Christian Eagles from South Carolina.
I do feel like Calvary's been doing a better job the last couple minutes of creating some separation on offense, getting those shots. They weren't able to knock them down, but they were able to get to the space they needed to take them. So that's a good move for them. Hopefully they can be able to knock some down in the next couple minutes to obviously get some points on the board, which is what you want. But it is encouraging to see just execution-wise them creating that separation.
And even some of that, obviously even if you're creating good shots, it can be tough for them to fall. Man, the best NBA shooters are hitting about that 40% mark or so from outside. And so you know that not only do you have to keep creating good shots, you got to get a little bit lucky here, or at least outperform maybe your normal percentages here to be able to really, really pull yourself back into this one from outside. Again, we've seen Rule with a couple of misses here the last couple of possessions, even though he's been getting good looks and the kind of looks he should absolutely be taking. But with 4.5, let's see who can step up. Because you need it to be within maybe 8 by the 3-minute mark or something like that. If you're still sitting at 13 with 3 minutes to play, you're going to really need some kind of crazy comeback. This is the time they've got to start making a move if they are to get to where they need to be. And Jackson gets it. Barber pressuring him, slowing down the charge, forcing him to go through the defense. Kicks it out. Now it's back. Now it's up. And the younger Jackson getting the rebound, but wasn't quite able to direct it over to him properly. And Oakwood attacked the rim. Now just kind of settling it back out a little bit. And that one is going to be a foul called against Oakwood's number 11, William Bowen. 3:55, 13-point game. Calvary steps into it. He pulls it. It's good. Number 5, 4-3 to cut it to 10. Oakwood looked like they were setting up in some kind of a 2-3 zone maybe and just stayed a little too static with it instead of coming in and collapsing to try to force them into a bit more difficulty. He just straight pulled up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you mentioned wanting to be at around an 8-point difference by the 3-minute mark. We are at 3.5 at 10, so Calvary definitely has a chance to get right around that mark. Oakwood did just score a 2-point shot, but they definitely still have a chance to pull this out if you're Calvary.
A nice shot on the baseline from Jude Collins. Been more of an interior kind of paint presence, even getting the rebound right there. That sort of thing, the thing that has been more so his game in today's contest. But being smooth enough to be able to come hit one on his last time down, pushes it out to 12. Jackson slightly too far, really, for his guy to have much of a chance to even get. And at a 12-point game here, they've cut it down 1 point over the last minute and a half. You're really going to need to get hot from outside at this point. Mm-hmm. Oakwood staying aggressive, not able to get it to fall. The one thing that is going Calvary's direction is that they aren't really, that Oakwood isn't quite converting even some pretty good chances, but they're keeping creating good chances. They're getting into good positions. Here, Jackson with the foul on the floor. Oakwood with this one here. Collins puts it up and in. That may just about do it. Certainly both teams giving all of their effort over the last 2 minutes and change. But you wonder if this is the kind of margin they can pull out at this point, as it's 14 with only 136 seconds left. Collins with the board. Jackson tries to jump it, but it's going to stay with Oakwood. And at this point, Collins now bringing it up, maybe just to get that little bit of extra height to pass over a press. And number 22 is going to put that one in. Cole McGowan for Oakwood. Calvary just kind of launching threes at this point. Not that that's the wrong plan per se. Not much else you can do at this point. But if they're not going in, then this game is just going to kind of reach its conclusion. Good effort by both sides. And you can tell even that the Calvary program moving in the right direction. A lot of young guys stepping in, making meaningful contributions so far this game.
Yeah, I think that's a very encouraging thing for Calvary, is that pretty much all the players who have been consistently playing in this game are coming back, as we mentioned earlier, and their execution has been pretty decent. They've been struggling with some of their passes this quarter, but they have been creating those shots. They're just not going in, so if they can really work on their shooting, then next year I feel like they can have a pretty decent chance at making it pretty far.
Aaron Zelenko in for the first time for Calvary. Rather, Doug Monterosa, wrong team's number 4. Monterosa in, Bonshire, an 8th grader in. Christian Cooper, he is in, although he's not in only to get youth minutes. He's been a big part of their game so far in this contest. He's played well.
Yeah, he's done a good job of creating shots. A little bit earlier in the quarter, he was able to take some threes, just create some separation. So, and I believe he is only in 8th grade, so he really does have quite a while left on this team to really develop both as a shooter, as a player, and as a leader on this team.
Oakwood's Adrian Fields coming down with it. We are at the 30-second mark here, and this may be the last Oakwood shot of the game. Jude Collins hitting it with some range. Shot clock is off. It's 60-41. The precise details may vary in the last couple of seconds here, but this is more or less the game. This is a good performance, a tough performance from both teams. In the end, Oakwood coming away with it, a well-deserved victory, and Oakwood is going to move on to play High Street from Ohio at 12:20 Pacific time. The winner of that staying alive in the tournament. And so coming up here in just a couple of minutes, we are going to see a showdown that both teams are really wired for. Newport Beach, the Seahawks, versus the Liberty Patriots of Durham, North Carolina. Both of these teams, a lot of confidence, a lot of skill. The winner going directly into the championship game tonight. The loser will have one more fight on their hands if they're going to get back. Well, we've appreciated you sharing this journey with us so far. We're going to hop off the broadcast for a second, but don't worry, we're going to have audio with a couple new people coming in to take over. We've enjoyed getting to bring you the first 2 games of the morning. Thanks so much for sharing this with us. Family and friends of the teams here, family and friends of West Coast. We're excited that you're part of this tournament as well. And we'll catch you in just a couple minutes for a great showdown again. It's going to be Liberty from North Carolina versus Newport Beach from California for the rights to make it to the championship game tonight. Don't go anywhere unless it's to get snacks for this game. We'll be right back.
Here we are live today at the Walter Center. Today's matchup is Newport versus Liberty. Commentating is LJ and Alan. We're at the table today.
Yes, sir. So Liberty Christian won the tip here. Good ball movement coming from Liberty. Shot up from the three. No good. Josh Ashizeno with the rebound. A little bit of a fumble there. Good drive. Ball's tipped by Stanley. And recovered by Newport Christian. Floater is good. Alan, looks like we got a really good matchup tonight.
It really does. So Newport is on the board for 2 points. The Patriots are bringing the ball down the court. What do you think will be the key matchup? What do you think the key for victory will be for the two teams?
So I think if Newport Christian has to contain number 0, Tori Alston, just containing him as best as possible. Tori stands at 6'8", and just a freakishly good athlete. But if they learn to contain him and learn to maybe even get him in foul trouble, they should be solid this game.
Number 2 goes up for the layup, and it is good. Liberty up at 5 points. Newport has 2.
Kicked out to Derek. Derek's good for 3 for Newport Christian. Shots up.
It is no good.
Thompson with the rebound. Kicks it out to Josh. Coming down the court. Kick back out for 3. And it's good.
And it is good. What a bucket.
Newport firing on all cylinders today.
Yes, sir. Newport is up 8-5.
I think we got a turnover going to Newport Christian's ball. Now, Alan, I think this Newport Christian team actually just came from a win from a tournament down in Pensacola Christian College. They just won the entire tournament there.
Oh, wow. That's actually pretty impressive.
Yep.
Well, it's obvious the way that they're playing. They're very comfortable on the court, and
Absolutely.
they definitely know each other. So I guess that's an advantage that they have.
Absolutely. Shot clock winding down. Nate Lynn into the bucket.
Number 21
and
goes,
rejected. And we got a foul.
There is a foul on the court. Number 21's going to the line, shooting 2.
First bucket is good. Newport Christian good for 2 at the line.
Here come the Patriots bringing the ball down the court. What's up? Number 4 shoots a 3. It's rebounded by number 0.
Uh-oh. Looks like we got an injury on the floor.
Number 0 looks like he's limping down the court.
What a circus shot by Asuzano. Throwing up.
Swings it to number 5. Kicks it back to number 13.
Peaks for 3. And he's good.
It is good. What a shot by number 13. The score is 12-8 in favor of Newport with 4 minutes and 11 seconds on the clock to go in the first.
Susanna pulls up, and it's good.
Oh, man. They're just shooting lights out from the three-point line. Number 13 gets his own rebound. Number 2 lays it in.
Now, one thing that I think Liberty Christian has on Newport is their size. Just the athleticism that they have going for them is just insurmountable.
Yeah, it's definitely, you can see it from the guards up to the centers. All of them are
absolutely
really tall.
Little pull-up jumper.
Number 2 bringing it down the court on the fast break. Kicks it out to number 5.
13 for 3.
Rebound by number 0. That's exactly what you were talking about.
Absolutely. What Newport Christian has to do is get that body into number 0, push him out as much as possible, make sure that you can contain him out of the paint, push him out, box him out, be aggressive.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Great hustle by number 10. For 3. No good.
Great what a good pass. Good pass into the paint to number 1, who converts for the 2-point shot.
Looking in to go to number 0. Trying to double there. Kick out for 3.
5.
They get their rebound. Another one.
Gets another offensive rebound. And it's just hard to stop that man in the paint. It looks like he's going to get every offensive board. Now, LJ, you've played with obviously bigger colleges than you guys. What would you suggest is a key to stop someone from getting that offensive rebound?
It all just takes a lot of grit and a lot of heart, man. Just pushing those big boys out, making sure that you can stay with them, putting your hips into their legs and pushing them out. Just takes heart.
Yeah.
Josh Susanna for 3. But we got a timeout on the floor. Timeout, Liberty Christian.
Now it looks like from the looks of things, it looks like this might be a close game until the very end. If Newport's playing the way they're playing, it definitely might be a close game.
You gotta love it.
We have 1 minute and 45 remaining in the first quarter. Newport is up 19-14.
This Newport team doing the dirty work early. You gotta love it. You gotta love to see it.
Mm-hmm. Here we have number 2 of the Patriots bringing down the ball. Great effort from number 21 trying to keep the ball alive, but it looks like his foot was on the line for that possession.
Looking to get it into number 0 on the block. We got a blocking foul on white number 11, Josh Susanna. Looks like an offensive foul.
We need those names.
pull-up jumper at the elbow. This Newport team is getting a lot of open shots, getting good looks at the bucket. Just can't convert right now. Shot is good from Green. Pushing the ball early.
Number 13 takes it to the paint. It is no good.
Austin with the rebound.
Good hustle
But the
from
dirty
Newport.
work is done.
And he
We
called
got
a
a timeout on the
timeout.
floor.
Good hustle from
Christian,
Newport.
great
man.
hustle.
You got the other. Oh. Got the other team. I'll take a picture of the other team. It's perfect.
Gonna be white ball going down.
Here we have senior Josh Azucena dribbling out the shot clock. Looks like Newport's trying to take one last shot before the quarter ends.
Smart. Try to keep the ball out of Liberty Christian's hands as much as possible to turnover. Nice steal from Peaks. Time winding down. And it's
it
good.
is good. Here we are at the end of the first. Newport is up by 1 point with a score of 21-20.
What a great matchup we have today, man. Just knocking down shots, getting on the floor, hustle, grit, determination. We love it. Love it.
Yeah, definitely. You know what? You got to love the determination, the hustle of Newport Christian. In spite of the other team being a lot bigger than they are, they're really fighting for these boards, man, and it's keeping them in the game.
Absolutely. Especially as a smaller team, you just have to be able to be gritty and be determined to want to get that ball and push those big boys out of there. Gotta love it.
Yes, sir.
It's going to be Newport Christian ball coming into the second quarter. Osuzena to win. Out on the perimeter to Thompson. Swung back to Osuzena. Great defense. Great defense by Jacob Walker going the other way. Ball swung to the corner. A little bit of a loose ball there.
Number 13 taking it to the paint. He barely misses that layup.
What a great take.
Here we have Newport on the fast break, but it was a traveling violation. Looks like he took one too many steps there.
You know, in my opinion, Alan, he should have gave that ball up early. He had number 3 Thompson open in the corner. Should have just gave it up early.
Right, but instead he tried to take it to the rack for that layup.
looking for Alston in the block. Posting up. Good
Alston.
Thompson down there, working nicely against that
Takes
big
it
boy.
up.
Just not good enough. Alston for another bucket in the paint. Great take with the up fake. And then a bucket. Titus Thompson working hard down there against Tori Alston.
Almost turns it over there. Looks like we almost had a technical there.
Just a little bit. A little bit of chippiness there. We see.
Number 10 takes it to the ring, turns it over, and the Patriots are on the move. Tries to lob it up to Tori. Converts the 2 points into the and 1 possession. Man, he's been in that paint all day, and he just keeps scoring that basketball.
Just keeps getting it right in his sweet spot. Going straight up. Sometimes he's just too big.
Mm-hmm.
He's good at the line. Rejection
Blocked.
by Alston. You know, Alan, just talking to the coach, Iman for Liberty Christian, their big boy, number 0, Tori Alston, has been getting looks from D1 schools to play in North Carolina, and just knowing that fact has to strike some fear in some of the competitors. But it looks like the Seahawks aren't backing down from that. Doesn't matter whether or not he is D1 or D1 bound. They're just taking it right to him, which we love to see.
You know, that's very true, LJ. I think you could come to it both ways, whether or not you get scared of playing a better player than you, or you can take it as a challenge. And I think Newport has done a really good job of keeping up with them.
Absolutely.
And see, even though that was a foul on the play, you got to admire that. They've been playing really solid defense against this guy.
Just tough defense all around.
So the score is 25 up with 5 minutes and 10 seconds left in the second period. We have Tori Alston at the line, a 6'8" junior, excuse me. Makes his first free throw.
He's good from the line. A little bit of a pressure on Asuzena, trying to get him to get a little flustered and maybe speed up the offense, but taking it really, really well.
Swings it to 21. Patriots grab the board. It is no good.
Great hustle. Great hustle by McBride. Susanna bringing it up the floor with ease and kicks it out to Nate Lynn. Nate Lynn for 3,
Does
no
not-
good. Alston coming downhill.
Alston turns it over.
Turns the ball over. Great defense from the Newport Seahawks. And we got Patriot ball.
Number 12 with the open shot. Goes in and out. Rebound by number 21, who kicks it all the way down to number 3 down the court.
hands in the lane at all times. These guys are playing amazing defense, but the pass to Tori Alston.
And he
the
does
missed
not
layup.
convert the layup. Oh, that's got to be a tough one.
Those are ones you wish you could definitely turn over. And Nate Lynn with the 3. We got a timeout on the floor. Full timeout. Liberty Christian Patriots.
Just like that, Newport's back into the ball game. They've been nailing down their shots, man. It's
Absolutely.
just love to see it.
Love to see it.
Bro, on a side note, I didn't know we had.
I got a little bit of a favorite here. We're back from the timeout. Liberty ball coming in. We got a great turnout for
For a morning ball game?
a morning ball game.
Definitely. You know, I think I kind of suspected that a lot of people were expecting these two teams to come and match up. But honestly, I didn't expect them to come match up this early in the tournament.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, who knows? We might see them again later tonight in the finals game. Number
Little
one
bit of an
tries
airball
to
by
save
Lynn.
it.
Let's see how they respond to this one right here. Three, and it's
It
good.
is good.
Number 5, Luke Green.
Number 11 splitting through the defense, almost turning it over. That's going to be a jump ball. Patriots take possession. Here we have number 2, Jacob Walker, bringing down the ball. Swings
Great
it to
defense.
Tori Alston, who goes up,
Tori Alston
gets his
grabbing
own
his
board,
rebound.
and he draws the foul.
What a tough player he is, just backing them down. No matter how hard of a defense he plays, he's just working.
Oh yeah, it seems as if though Newport doesn't have an answer for him in the paint. Makes the first. I don't think he's missed a free throw yet.
Perfect from the line today. Let's see if that'll change right here.
He
Still
nails
good.
both his shots. We have number 11 for Newport bringing the ball down.
Three from Masuzena, rebounded by Wen. Little difficulties with the scores table over there. Get the clock situated. Thompson coming up on the baseline, looking for a three, blocked by Alston. Swing over to Nate Lynn for
21 with
three.
the three, no good.
Alan, looks like this team just lives and dies by the 3 ball right now. They can't really get in the paint knowing that Alston is down there rim protecting. So they're living and dying by the 3.
Definitely. If Newport wants to stay in this game, they got to start nailing their 3-point shots. McBride shoots, and it is good. He's been shooting good, pretty well for this ball game. If he can keep getting open, I think he'll make most of his shots.
Absolutely.
Number 11 passes to number 3 in the corner.
Very physical down there. No call. Looked like maybe a block.
Number 0
Alston
goes in for the
in his trap with
floater.
a floater, and he's good. Nate Lynn for 3.
No
Rims
good.
right out. Just a very physical game today against LJ.
Oh. Good pass.
Great pass to
Number
Nate
21
Lynn,
lays
hitting
it
that layup
in.
with the left hand.
We have a 9-point game.
We got a timeout on the floor, 30-second timeout, Liberty Christian. .43 seconds left to go in the first half. The score is 30-39. Liberty Christian up. Time winding down. Just under 35 seconds left to go in the first half. Asuzena with a nice steal. Thought it was a backcourt violation there, but ref said otherwise. McBride open down in the corner. Great
Good
defense by
defense by
Asuzena, passes up to Thompson. Thompson in the open court with the layup, and it's good!
And it's good. Here come the Patriots looking to get a last shot in with 6 seconds left on the clock. We have Torrey Alston going in, and it
the
is
floater
good.
is good
What a
for
way to end the
Fletcher.
first half. The score at the half is Newport 32, Liberty 41. LJ, what are your thoughts on the game so far?
Man, what a great game we've just been able to watch today. Great grittiness, great determination, great toughness from each and every one of these players. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Newport Christian, but at the same time, they just don't have an answer for Torrey Alston down in the paint. He gets the ball on the block, gives him one good hard pound dribble, and gets into the lane easy with an easy deuce.
Definitely. Well, you know, what I see from this game is if Newports are getting good looks at the three-point line, if they can just start making their three-point shots and being more consistent from there, I think we might be able to see them get back into this ball game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. These types of games just can go either way, especially with the toughness of these two teams.
We will be back at the start of the second half. We have 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go until the start of the third half. I just want to mention a special shout out today. Shout out to Malachi Branson and to Titus Lofgren of the West Coast Baptist College Eagles. Faithful students serving the Lord, great testimonies for the Lord.
Mega dump truck.
This fool's thick, no?
How does it work? How does it work?
So you just press this if you want. Oh shoot, am I on?
And we're back at the start of the second half here. Newport Christian 32, Liberty Christian 41. Looking at a great second half waiting to be played. The Seahawks and the Patriots going up against each other today. We have Alan Carigma and LJ DeSoto here on live stream commentating for you guys today. The start of the second half, excuse me. Josh Osuzan to bring the ball down floor. Kicking it out to Nate Lynn. Nate Lynn at the top of the key, a little bit of space, but decides to just pull the ball out. Swings it over to Thompson. Thompson to Wen. The turnover.
Here comes number
Easy
2,
with the
Walker,
pass to
with the
Walker.
layup.
Walker hits, and it's good. Strong take by Josh Osuzena going to the line for 2. Allen, just in that first half, we have Tori Alston here, number 0 for Liberty Christian with 17 points. Just in the first half. He has 17 points, and most of those points were points off the turnovers.
Oh, man.
So I think that if Newport Christian learns to limit the turnovers just a little bit more, that they'll be okay. Looking at the turnover totals, Liberty Christian has 6 turnovers and Newport Christian only has 8. This is great basketball being played. Missed free throw by Josh Osuzena.
Walker on the drive. It is good, and he's going to the line to shoot 1. You know, we can see from this game, especially from the first half, there's been a lot of turnovers from both sides. So I think the key for Newport to get back into it at this point would just to take care of the ball more often. Try to avoid those turnovers and start nailing down their 3-point shots.
Absolutely. You're constantly turning the ball over. You're leaving yourself susceptible just to get easy buckets put on you. Josh Osuzena with a good V-cut coming around the screen. Got a foul on the shot. Osuzena going to the line for 2. Osuzena missing both.
Alston bringing the ball down for the Patriots. Swings it out to Walker, who goes in, and it is blocked by Osuzena.
Got a blocking foul on the floor. Foul is called on number 2, Jacob Walker for Liberty Christian. Looking to get the ball in to Josh. Josh with a nice feed to Nate Lynn on the floater. It's no good. Recovered by Walker, bringing down the floor. Great pass to Alston.
And he draws the blocking foul.
Liberty Christian guys know how to play with a little bit of flair and flash. Throwing in a little no-look passes.
Here we have number 11 bringing the ball down for the Newport Christian. Passes to number 10, who swings it right back to number 11. Shoots a mid-range shot, and it is good.
Shot is good by Osuzena. What a tough player he is. Just a great mid-range jump shot. Great hands-on defense.
Number 0 again with another offensive rebound and another one.
And it's good for an and one.
He's going back to the line to shoot one more. He's been at the free throw line quite a few times this game.
Yes, he has. Living and dying by that free throw. Getting in the paint, drawing fouls, doing a great job of that. And realistically putting a lot of these Seahawks at foul trouble, which could be detrimental to their game.
That is right. We have number 10.
Wen with 3 fouls already. Got to be careful not to pick up another one before the fourth quarter. We got a reach-in foul on Liberty Christian.
Number 11 with the teardrop.
Susana wheeling and dealing in that paint. A great little floater he's got. Getting a little pumped up over there, getting a little excited. Also brings some energy to his team. Skip pass over to the other side wing. Looking for Alston on the block. It looks like it'll be Seahawks ball. Got timeout on the floor. Full timeout called by Pastor Ryan Thompson with the Newport Christian Seahawks. Still plenty of time left in this game. A lot of time for the Newport Christian Seahawks to come back. Scores 37 Newport, 51 Liberty Christian.
Number 11 with the shot,
nudge.
and it is good for 3 points. We have Walker bringing the ball down for the Patriots. Kicks it out to number 5.
Luke Green swung it over to Walker. McBride for 3.
It is no good. Rebound.
Alan, that's the thing that's going to kill these Seahawks today is that offensive rebounding game by Liberty Christian. They just got to be able to push them out of the paint and grab up on that and squeeze that ball. But looks like the Patriots are just over there scrapping and fighting for that offensive rebound.
Right, and it's almost as if they're willing themselves to the paint, trying to draw fouls.
Absolutely.
Making their way to the free throw line as we see number 13 misses his first free throw attempt. Misses both of them. And Newport retains possession.
Susanna looking very confident right now. Coming off the screen, passes it over to Lynn. Lynn with a pull-up 3, and it's good! Not fazed at all by the defense. Nate Lynn with great defense coming out. And a turnover. Derek down the lane with the fast break layup, and it's good. Newport Christian fighting and clawing their way back in this game. A three by McBride, and it is good.
Here we have Newport with the quick fast break
And a block by
number
Walker.
2. What a great block.
Great hustle coming back. Looked like McBride wanted a little bit of a foul there on that three-pointer. Took a little spill. What determination to get back and get that block by Walker.
Definitely. It was definitely a good hustle on them. Oh. Looks like the ref was in the way of that pass there.
Oh my word. Almost knocked his dreads off his head.
Ain't no way. We have 2 minutes and 27 seconds left in the third quarter.
Looks like we had a jump ball down there. A little bit of an altercation.
I think the Patriots might have thought it was a foul. Rebound again.
And a foul called on the box out on Alston.
And it is not
Alston
looking
goes
good.
down.
He went up for that rebound and landed right on his back. He's definitely shaking up on that play just a little bit.
It looks like he's good. He's going to be able to walk it off.
It looks like he's going to be okay.
Want to make sure that we keep safety and maintain safety there. Glad to see Alston is okay there. Just a great player in this tournament. Hate to see him get hurt. Walker with the missed layup, trying to get that Euro step in there.
We have Newport on the break.
Thompson for three.
And it is
Little
no
long
good.
there. Thompson
Number one
passes over
kicks it to
Asusena.
number
Asusena
11.
cutting through the lane with a nice jump stop with the left hand. It's good.
Way to stay patient for that one instead of going right away.
Absolutely. What a great take by Asusena. Newport running their 2-3 defense. Living with three-pointers. Shot.
No good. Newport with the rebound.
Long pass. Stolen by Walker. Number 13, Shock Peaksy. Gives it over to McBride. Passes it over to Chambly. With a turnover. Stolen by Thompson. Derek bringing the ball down. Passes it over to Lead. And a turnover going back the other way. Liberty Christian looking to stay patient on offense. Kicks it out to Peaksy for three. And it's long. Long pass out to Thompson. Thompson wisely brings the ball out so that they...
Nobody passed by.
bucket made by Jacques Pixie. Just under 32 seconds
Good
left
pass
to play.
from number 11 to number 1 for the fast break layup.
Azucena to Thompson. Great offense. Way to run the floor. Looks like our president, Dr. Paul Chappell, just walked into the building. Great to see him here. With a great rebound by Wen. Giving it back to McBride for three.
He drew the foul. We have number 12, McBride, going to the line to shoot 3 points.
With 0.2 seconds left to play in the game, McBride shooting 3 free throws. And it's good. That'll be the end of the third quarter. What a great matchup we have. Liberty up by 10. Nate Lynn coming off the floor, getting some water.
I gotta find that.
At the start of the fourth quarter, Newport Christian down by 10, trailing, looking to lessen that deficit.
Oh, shoot.
Azucena with a little floater in there for 2. Cuts that deficit down to 8 points. Brings the ball down. Hits McBride to the 3-point line. Chambly for 3. Luke Green, excuse me. And it's a little long. And a great rebound by Alston.
Alston no good with the putback. And here we have
Passes it out to
Newport.
Thompson. Shot from 3.
And he goes in and
Just
out.
rims out.
It was a good look by Thompson. Here we have Torrey Alston dribbling down for the Patriots.
Jacques Pixie with the
No good.
missed layup. Little up and under move, and he's good.
Number 11 draws the foul. Correction, actually it was a traveling violation
We got a travel foul.
from Josh Azucena. Here we have the Patriots inbounding the ball. Swings it to number 13, who slowly brings the ball down the court.
Newport Christian, a great defensive team. Looking to keep him running that 2-3. Trying to force them to pass the ball, make those kind of long passes.
And
Maybe
it
a little
is
bit of
another
travel.
turnover. Newport on the fast break.
Smart idea. Kicks it out to Lynn. Lynn for three. And
It
it's
is
good! Nate Lynn for three.
Score now is 54-61 in favor of Liberty Christian with 5 minutes and 55 seconds left in the fourth. We might be in for an exciting ball game if Newport keeps those fast breaks going.
Absolutely. Keep having them turn the ball over, forcing them to make those tough passes.
McBride misses the three. Rebound by number 10 for Newport.
We got a travel call. Number 10, Derek Wen. Number 1, TJ Thompson.
We have Chambly with the ball who passes it.
Excuse me, number 1, Titus Thompson.
Number
And the
2
three
with the
from
three.
Lon,
It is no good. Air ball.
excuse me.
And here
Take the
come
block.
the Newport Christian.
Great
Number
defense.
10 loses it. And McBride brings it down
Looking for
slowly.
a
Pops
three.
the three.
And it's
it is
good.
good. He is shooting lights out today. I believe he might be 4 for 5 from that three-point line.
Just absolutely unconscious. Josh Azucena for three at the top of the key.
No good.
Just rims
Rebound
out.
by Alston.
McBride looking for three.
It is no good.
Maybe a bit of a heat check there, Allen. Peaksy for three at the top of the key, and it's good.
Great
Liberty
shot by number
Christian.
13 from Liberty, who is looking to break away with 4 minutes left in the fourth. 54-67 in favor of Liberty.
Got a blocking foul. Black 12, McBride. We got a full timeout on the floor, Liberty Christian. What a really exciting matchup we have tonight. Got the refs out here, shooting around, cutting up, having a little fun in timeouts. Newport Christian, led by Pastor Ryan Thompson, their coach. Pastor Ryan Thompson has both of his sons on the team, TJ and Titus, number 3 and number 1. Just solid basketball players. Do the dirty work early. Types of players that can knock down the three ball when they need to, and types of players that just make the easy plays and just good basketball players. Whereas on Liberty Christian, we have Tori Alston, a D1 prospect, just a freak of nature. Shot clock winding down. And we got a shot clock violation there. Feed into the elbow at Peaksy. Floater way off base. They grab an offensive rebound. Austin going to the line for 2. As we were saying earlier, Alan, the 2 Thompson boys here, number 1 and number 3, what a privilege it might be to be able to play with your family on a high school basketball team, just be able to, you know, play on the same team and experience that kind of camaraderie with each other. No doubt it brings those 2 closer.
Right, right. You know, we see it a lot in professional sports. You know, I think of Giannis and his brother playing in the league. And I know they played on separate teams, but, you know, it really might be different being able to play with your brother on the court.
Absolutely. We got a blocking foul on the floor. Black number 10, Chambly. Maitland catching it on the baseline, looking for Thompson there to Derek. Pass over. Josh Asuzena in the mid-range,
No
no
good.
good.
Here comes Alston bringing the ball down the court. And the
Thompson.
Patriots look to slow this one down, trying to burn some time off of the clock.
Coach Thompson looking to his bench, looking to clear these guys out, let them get some minutes in there, save his players just for a tad. What a great game these starters have played. Looks as if Coach Amon's going to look to clear his bench as well. And number 50, Noah Stanley. Just a beast of a man. Holy goodness, that's a big boy.
Number 2 crosses up.
Alan, it's good to see some of these subs just come in, get some minutes in the game, just to be able to, you know, experience the floor and experience playing time. You know, we love to see that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, sooner or later, some of these guys are going to be a senior
Absolutely.
and a junior.
Yeah.
And some experience on the court could definitely help for that.
What a great
Number
pass
50
by
with the
number 2.
rebound.
And you know what? That number 2 on Newport Christian, Caleb Asuzena, has to be Josh's little brother.
So we have another group of siblings on the court right now.
Looks like it. That's pretty cool.
And we have a 24 shot clock violation. Newport gets the ball back. We have number 2 dribbling down the court. Swings it to 34. Kicks it right back.
Hicks with the
Steal from number
steal.
3, who misses
And a
the
cleanup
layup.
by number 25. No good. Bring the ball down, Evan Young.
Tries
Good
to draw the
speed
foul,
for a
but
big
does
boy.
not. Number 3 with the layup down the court. Pass to number 25. It is good.
Looks like they're just going to let this clock transpire. Missed layup.
Gets
by
his
number
own
22.
rebound.
Grabs his rebound.
Tries
Waits
to
for
draw the foul,
defense.
but does not.
I don't know, Alan. Looked like to me it was a foul. For sure.
What a crossover.
Azucena wheeling and dealing to the 3-ball.
No
Evan
good.
Young.
Rebound
Hicks
number
pulls the
3.
Rebound.
Hicks. 5 seconds left in the game. And that is the ball game. Liberty with the win, 71-54. What a great matchup tonight. It was
great game.
close, but Liberty got that late game breakaway and ended up taking this one.
You guys called the game or just
We were talking about both. Talking about way more than you think.
What a great matchup we just witnessed. A great game. Tori Alston finishing with at least 25 points.
Are you calling next game too? I'll be here too.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. We have a great matchup waiting for us today. Oakwood versus High Street. And the tip goes to Oakwood. Got a great matchup lined up for today. Number 34 passes it out. Shot from the baseline 3. And a rebound by High Street. 22 pulls it down. Great look to 23 with a nice, easy layup. A little bit of a spill down there. Want to make sure that player's okay. Number 23. Devin Sides, senior. Inbound is good. Number 3. Logan McGraw. Logan McGraw from 3, and it's good. Logan McGraw was talking to me earlier before the game, wanting to get an interview, so we'll see. We'll see how he does in today's game. Said he was ready to play, and we got a turnover. Kicking it out to McGraw. McGraw coming down. Pulls up from three-point land, just left. Good rebound by number 11. Excuse me, number 2. Will Barber to 24. Jude Collins going up. And a rebound. And an offensive foul. Offensive foul going High Street's way. Got number 21 bringing it up the floor. Eshman kicks it to number 22. Cole Farley gets the and one bucket on the block. Going to the line for 1. High Street Christian going to the line for 1. Cole Farley, and it's good. 8-0 High Street with 6 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Oakwood looking to take the lid off, and we get a steal from number 12 on High Street. Might have been a backcourt there. Number 12 kicks it to Farley. McGraw drives, dishes it off. Eshman on the swing to McGraw rims right out. And we got Oakwood basketball. The Oakwood Eagles, their tallest player down there, number 24, Jude Collins, just got finished with the game right before the game before this one. So no doubt they're feeling a little bit of a fatigue there. Nice take. Number 22 on Oakwood Christian, Cole McGowan. Number 12 bringing it up the floor for High Street, Logan Farley. Number 23 going in the lane, gets blocked by Jude Collins. Cole Farley drives it over to 23. Barber bringing the ball up the floor. Wheeling and dealing, brings it down with a nice punch drag. Trying to get it into Collins. Farley kicks it over to McGraw. Jump shot is up, and it's off. Loose ball there. McGraw picks it up for an offensive rebound. And it's good from Cole Farley. Excuse me, Logan Farley. Timeout on the floor. Oakwood yet to take the lid off. It's got 11-0 High Street. Up by 11. Oakwood bringing it up the floor. Barber. Barber, number 2, only a sophomore. Kicks it over to 22. McGowan turns the ball over, gives it to Eshbin. Eshbin and Ayat is very crafty, very good passer. McGraw with the easy bucket at the elbow. What a great head fake. Straight to his sweet spot, gets the bucket. Barber bringing the football up the floor. Looking for Jude on that ball screen. Kicks it over to number 3, which would be Adrian Fields. Kicks it over to McGowan. McGowan short. And I bringing the ball up the floor. Has Farley open. Kicks it to McGraw. And I out with the ball screen. Over to Farley. Kicks it to McGraw. McGraw for 3, and it's just short. Rims right out. Barber bringing it up the floor. We got a timeout on the floor. High Street.
Do you want me to come in after the quarter?
High Street Christian ball bringing it up the floor. Kicks it over to McGraw. McGraw. A sophomore. Very confident in his shooting ability. Kicks over to Farley. Farley over to Inayat. Loses the ball just a little bit. Brings it back. Kicks it over to number 23, Devin Sides. And it's good. We got a delay of game warning there. Barber bring the ball up the floor. Barber, open 3 at the wing, and it's good. What a great shot and a great pass to Barber for 3. McGraw looking to shoot. Pulls up from deep. 3-point land, and it's good. Man, that guy can shoot. High Street's bench looking to give him a little bit more energy there. And Barber with an answer back of his own with a 3. Coach for High Street looking to maybe make a switch there. Coach Chad Manus. A good swing to Inayat. Over to Farley. Kicks it over to McGraw. We got an out of bounds on the sideline. We got a foul on the floor. Number 0, Daniel Boeing, going to the line for 2. It's good on the first one. Finally getting some momentum going for the Eagles of Oakwood. We got a line violation. Number 12, Logan Farley. A missed free throw pulled in by Farley. Devin Sides kicks it over to Farley. Farley to McGraw. McGraw used that ball screen, looking to shoot. And he pulls up, gets a little bit of a tip there. We got a foul on the floor going the other way. Loose ball foul. Oakwood rolling the ball up the floor so the clock won't start. Barber picks it up. Nice roll by Jude Collins with a feed from Barber to an easy deuce in the paint. Farley to his brother Farley. Kicks it over. Tries to get the easy lay. We got a foul on the floor. Number 12. Logan Farley. High Street with great defense on that 2-3 defense, running very well, forcing them to have to take contested threes. And over to Farley. Farley to his brother Farley there. McGraw looking to shoot, end the quarter off. Buzzer's gonna go off. It's no good. That'll be at the end of the first quarter. High Street 18, Oakwood 9. Starting the second quarter, I'm here joined by Natalie Chadwick. Natalie, thank you for joining us today.
Oh, you're welcome. It's a pleasure to be here. I had the pleasure of watching both these teams compete earlier in the day, and I'm very excited to watch this game as well.
It's going to be a great matchup. McGraw on the wing looking for his teammates. Teammate coming over there. Farley passes it over to Inayat. Down to McGraw. McGraw giving him little dribble moves. trying to just create shots for themselves here. Got a dead ball there. And we're going to have a shot clock violation. Great defense from Oakwood. Number 8 for High Street Christian. Malachi Crockett coming in for Devin Sides. Or excuse me, Logan Farley. Nice rebound by McGraw. Robert McGraw drives it in, kicks it out to his brother, kicks it for 3, no good. Great pass over. For the Oakwood Eagles for 3. And it's good, number 3. Adrian Fields. Good for 3. Just a nice open look. Drives it in. Farley for the floater, and it's good. Barber bringing the ball up the floor. Looking to create some shots for his teammates here. Drives it in and gets fouled.
LJ, how would you say these teams are playing pace-wise? Do you feel like they're playing at a faster pace, more of a slower pace, like for their skill set? Where do you feel like they're at?
I think they're at a pretty good fast pace for high school ball.
Right.
Normally we see just a little bit of a slower pace when it comes to high school hoops, but these guys are playing at a pretty good pace, putting up quick shots, just like that one we just saw. Just managing to be able to move the ball up the floor, which High Street does really, really well. Yeah, I would say that they're moving at a pretty good pace for high school basketball for sure.
Yeah, I know High Street this morning, they did have the earliest game of the day. They were playing at a little bit slower pace, but that might have been just based on the opponent. That might have been on the hour.
Absolutely.
Again, super early, so everyone's a little bit more fatigued.
Absolutely.
I was very interested to see how it would play against Oakwood with that, as Oakwood really excelled in their last game, playing at a high pace. But they seem to be matched very evenly. Obviously, High Street is ahead by 6 right now, so they're handling it very well. And yeah, I feel like they're very evenly matched in that area.
Absolutely. Just great acclimation to the pace. A nice turnaround jump shot by number 34. Bryce Sturgill. Kicks it over to McGraw. McGraw for 3. Coach Manus looking to the bench. Had to make a little bit of a switch. And that was a great rebound. Going the other way. Fouls on Black. Oakwood. Adrian Fields. Working a little bit too hard there. High school tournament. What a tall ass from 8th grade to put over here with some juniors and seniors. A little bit of a push out there. No call. Refs are looking to just let him play today. McGraw pulling up. Nice little mid-range jump shot from McGraw here.
Logan and Robert have been playing well together today. Their speed, their siblings, and just their camaraderie is working out well for High Street.
For sure. Fields to Sturgill. And it's good. Such poise out of an 8th grader to bring the ball up the floor with pressure. Love to see that. Kicks it over to Malachi Crockett. Over to Devin Sides. Devin Sides kicks it over to Farley. Farley to McGraw. McGraw to McGraw. McGraw for 3. It's no good. A little floater by Barber. Oh, and he pulls his own rebound. What a scrappy little guy. Pulls it up at the mid-range shot. Nice rebound by Crockett. Passes it up to McGraw. McGraw with Barber on his back. Pulls up, and one going to the line. Natalie, an awesome opportunity for High Street to be helped out by a former Eagles basketball player, Jacob Manus. Just the mind that Jacob has for the game and how good he's played for our college as well. Just a real big privilege to have him on the bench for them.
Yeah, Jacob was always a great leader on the team. It was fun to watch him interact with other players as well as just help make plays. Just very smart, like you mentioned, in the game, just knowing the ins and outs of it. So I can definitely tell, like, his addition to this High Street team
Absolutely.
is significant.
A shot from 3, a little long. Bryce Sturgill goes up but blocked by McGraw. And it's going the other way. High Street basketball. Looking for a ball screen there. Hits the roll man. And a little bit of a fumble. Goes up for the layup. And it's good. Number 0, Daniel Bowen. A nice layup. Kicks it over to Farley. Farley to Inayat. Blocked by Sturgill. But he gets his rebound. And it's coming the other way. Adrian Fields bringing the ball up the floor with speed. Looking to attack.
Yeah, Oakwood definitely would love to get some more points going into halftime, as we are about a minute away from that. Would love to get a little bit closer in that gap.
Oh, Oakwood gets a steal. Brings the ball up the floor. Nope, no good. Man, these refs are just letting them play today. And we got a timeout on the floor of High Street. It's very physical. A lot of bodies flying all over the place today.
So we have about 57 seconds after the timeout to play. LJ, if you're Oakwood, what's your strategy for this last minute?
I want to get a bucket as soon as possible.
Okay.
Get a bucket as soon as possible and then get a stop. That way it will bring us just a little bit more momentum coming into the half.
There is about a 6-point difference right now between High Street and Oakwood. So there is technically a 2-possession game, depending on the shooting of Oakwood, if they can knock down some threes. They could go into halftime with about a 1-possession deficit,
Absolutely.
whereas High Street could extend their lead a little bit as well if they're able to knock down a shot or two in this time.
See what Coach Eggie has here for Oakwood.
Oakwood's already on the floor while High Street's still discussing with their coach. It'll be very fun to see these strategies. A little bit of a pressure situation right here.
High Street basketball going down. A little bit of pressure on there. by McGraw. McGraw waits for the defender to pass and pulls up at that mid-range spot. Just been hitting great shots today. Taking amazing open shots, getting himself open looks. Doing really well. Kicks it over to Jude Collins. Jude off his leg, going the other way. Looks like Jude just needs to be a little bit more strong with the ball. Bring the ball down.
High Street here with a chance to extend their lead to up to 11 points. Probably going for 3.
Shots up by McGraw. And it's rebounded by Farley. Kicks over to Nayat, back to McGraw. Looking for his brother at the top of the key. Farley kicks it over to Devin Sides. Sides out. Great ball movement by High Street. Just looking for that, trying to be patient. And gets that open look. And it's off just by a little bit. Kicks it over. 1 second left. Half-court shot is no good. And at the end of the half, score will be 26-18. High Street up.
About 6.5 minutes left to go in halftime. We will be back in a little bit. We are back here on our game between High Street and Oakwood. High Street is starting the second half with an 8-point lead. They are bringing the ball up. Joining me right now is Chris Turner, otherwise known as CT. He is our senior on our basketball team for the college. Great leader, played very well last night. CT, I just know you had something you want to say, so take it away.
I just want to say hello, guys. And this is a good tournament. I like it a lot. I was going to tell my mom to watch, but she has other things to do.
You got rejected by your mom?
Yeah, she's
Oh, okay.
light-skinned.
That's cool.
Yeah.
It happens.
But I like to see the teams out playing, young guys. It's pretty awesome.
Well, thank you, CT. I appreciate you coming in and saying hi to the audience.
No problem. Bye, guys. My debut.
LJ is back with us now. And
Thanks, CT. What a great teammate he is and a great basketball player.
Absolutely fantastic leader, great personality there. High Street did just extend their lead to 31, so 18, so it is now about a 13-point difference over Oakwood.
Natalie, that was some quick math right there. I don't know if I could have done that.
I do teach in the visual arts department, and believe it or not, we do use numbers, so.
Another reason why I'm not there.
It's not too many numbers.
Put a dead ball on the ground. High Street basketball. Gonna be inbounded. Coming into this half, I think High Street just needs to be able to keep playing the way they've been playing at the way that they've been moving the basketball. We got a foul.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for High Street right now. Logan McGraw this morning in his other game, the defense really zoned in on him, so he was not as big of an asset as they were wanting him to be, but they were still able to pull out that win. So with him now able to be scoring more and a little bit more versatile, I really think they're in a good position.
Absolutely.
Against Oakwood.
I think that him having the ball in his hands is very, very good for High Street.
Yeah, it was fun to watch other players step up this morning, and then now with them having the practice of Stephen being up and him available, they're really in a good spot with everyone being in the zone to a point.
Adrian Fields with a nice layup for two. What a great take. William Bowen. Number 11, William Bowen on the floor with number 24, Jude Collins. Number 34, Bryce Sturgill. Kicked over to number 2. Will Barber is number 2. For High Street on the floor today, we have number 12, Logan Farley. Number 23, Devin Sides. Number 21, we have Eshbin Inayat. Number 3, we have Mr. Logan McGraw. And number 12, we have Logan Farley. Good lineup for High Street today. All predicating towards Logan Farley's shooting, Logan McGraw's shooting. Great defense by High Street. Running what looks like a 2-3 defense. Another rebound by Sturgill, and he's going to the line for 2. Foul be on number 22. Cole Farley.
That was a good job by Oakwood getting their rebounds on that possession.
Absolutely.
Getting those second and third shots is going to be really important for them to make up this deficit.
Absolutely. And if High Street decides to stay passive on that end of the floor, they're going to let up many offensive rebounds, and next thing you know, they're going to be right back in this game. 15 points is not that much of a deficit. Free throw is good by Sturgill. McGraw looking very comfortable right now. Kicked it over to Cole Farley. Waiting for that double screen. But good action there. Nice pass to Farley, and it's good. Nice look by Logan McGraw. The kid can pass, the kid can score, he can shoot. Just an all-around great player. Oh, maybe a little bit of a travel, but no call there. A little bit of a spill, we got a foul. Foul will be on McGraw. That'll be his first. We're going to push on 23 sides. Excuse me, Logan McGraw. That'll be a second. Needs to be careful not to get another one before the fourth quarter. Otherwise, he just might as well be sitting. Bryce Sturgill. It's no good on that little tip in. Kicks it over to the corner. We got a foul on the floor. And Oakwood, number 22, Cole McGowan. That'll be a second as well. Nice pass by Inayat. Right to Farley. It's a great look, great cut off of that screen to come down an easy layup.
Now, LJ, correct me if I'm wrong, but the winner of this game goes on to play the loser from the last game,
Yes.
correct? And the winner of that game goes on to play the championship. So
Absolutely.
whoever wins this game does have one more game, but they can work their way back into the championship.
Yes, they do.
With just 2 wins.
So the winner of this game will play Newport
B.
Christian.
Yeah. Which, if you were here in the audience, you could tell there are a lot of the Newport players and coaches in the stands right now trying to watch these teams, how they're interacting, trying to get kind of a preview of who they're going to be playing.
Farley taking it in, kicks it to his brother, kicks it over to Inayat. A little bit of a loose ball there, but they recover it. Great hustle by Eshman. Great rebound by Jude Collins there. Standing at 6'4", just a real good, lanky player. Likes to get in the paint. Kicks it over. And a block on the glass. Great pass to Sturgill. Sturgill converts for 2. Looks like they're going to pressure him just a little bit. Smart. Very smart.
Yeah, some very good plays by Oakwood, which is exactly what they need to really honestly get back in this game. They just need some defensive stops and then converting.
100%. I think that block really brought them back in, give them momentum to get back down the floor. A little bit of a jumper. A rebound brought in by Collins. Kicks it over McGowan. McGowan stuck in the corner. We got a jump ball going that way. Stays with Oakwood. We got some subs coming in. Malachi. Crockett. And we got Logan McGraw coming back in. And a rebound by Sturgill going back up. And he's going to get fouled. Shooting 2 is Jude Collins. Missed free throw there. That's not going to help them at all. Need to be able to convert here. The second one is good. Pulled in. Stays with Oakwood. Excuse me. Stays with High Street. Gives it over to Farley. Farley kicks it to Eshman. Nice back cut by McGraw. Hits that screen. Finds Farley at the top of the key. Had a little bit of space, but he chose to move the ball around. Kicks it over to McGraw. McGraw sizing up. Pulls a three. Rims out. Adrian Fields bring the ball up the floor. Kicks it over to Daniel Bowen. Malachi Crockett sees McGraw, but chooses to take the ball into the lane with a nice take, and the layup is good. Nice hesitation move to get the defense off their feet. And an easy layup there. High Street's bench looking to give him a little bit more momentum and energy. Talking a little bit more. Good defense. Getting a hand on the loose ball there. Looks like Oakwood's trying to get that lob play into Jude Collins consistently. Sturgill with the layup. Gets fouled, and he's shooting two. Referees here calling everything, looks like. Foul's going to be on Crockett. That'll be a second. Sturgill with the second free throw, and it's good. Farley over to Inayat. Looking for McGraw on the top of the key. Not there. Nice pass down to Crockett. Pass out to Farley. Farley kicks it over. Shot by McGraw, and it's not good.
Some good defense from Crockett, which is really nice to see from such a young player.
Great defense.
It's really encouraging for that team since he's going to be there for so much longer.
Mm-hmm.
High
Crockett,
Street.
only an 8. Only in
And it's
9th
good.
grade. Well, long future of high school basketball for him. Tries to find Jude. Crockett, good hustle. Great pass to Sturgill. Sturgill converts. Just a great pass by William Bowen. Excuse me, Daniel Bowen.
See if High Street will extend this lead.
Cross shoots that jumper. No good. End of the quarter shot. No good. At the end of the third, we have High Street with 43. Oakwood, 28. Here we go at the start of the fourth quarter. We have High Street basketball.
Again, High Street has a 15-point lead going into this final quarter of the game.
Miss Natalie over there with the quick math again. Farley with the kick out to McGraw. McGraw open three, and it's good at the top of the key. Great find to find him out there. Great vision by Farley. Great hustle. Stays with Oakwood.
LJ, are there any adjustments you're hoping to see from Oakwood to maybe help this game be a little bit closer this final quarter?
You know, Natalie, I would really like to see just a little bit more intensity on the defensive end. Maybe a little bit more pressure on the ball. Kind of cause some havoc. Maybe get some turnovers early. Stepping in front of people, trying to take some charges.
Looking for some defensive stops.
Absolutely.
High Street has definitely been upping their game on their defense. Really not allowing much to happen for Oakwood. Here Oakwood has a chance to cut into that lead. And Devin Sides will be coming back in. Devin Sides has been playing today very well. Been fun to watch, very intense player. He's very aggressive, really enjoying watching him.
McGraw coming down the lane. Skips to his Lou, tries to get that left hand. No good. But a rebound by Malachi Crockett.
No?
We got a travel on the floor.
He's been doing well. Malachi Crockett, he's been kind of a little bit of everywhere. He's been rebounding well. He's been defending well. And again, a younger, smaller player, so doing that, really impressive.
Malachi's just one of those players that's just all over the place trying to cause problems. That's something that you need in the team. And passes it over to McGraw. McGraw looks to go up with the left hand, and it's good. Great take. On the right side with the left hand. Good stuff. Shots up. No good. Malachi with another rebound. Foot was on the line. It's going to be High Street basketball. Here we see Oakwood with a little bit more pressure. Coach Eggie has Jude Collins, their 6'4" big on Logan Farley. Guarding him full court, trying to face guard, make sure he doesn't get any shots off. The shot is up. Stays at High Street basketball.
Just an update on the foul situation. High Street is at 7 fouls, and Oakwood is at 3. So we will want to see how that plays as a factor in these last couple minutes.
Kick out to McGraw. McGraw, lots of space there. You see Oakwood kind of laxing on the defensive end. See if they can turn it up just a little bit more. Maybe cut into that lead. Jude Collins with the offensive rebound. Kicks it over to Daniel Bowen. Tries to go up with it, but gets it stolen. McGraw, defender riding all on him. Passes it over to Malachi, but turns the ball over. Looked like McGraw was trying to get Malachi to stay in the corner for an open jump shot, but Malachi saw an open lane, thought he can take it in. And with a foul there. Shooting a 1-on-1 is number 11, William Bowen. First one is good. Excited to see this next team come up, whoever wins this game, to play Newport Christian for the semifinal.
Newport has been playing well all this whole conference. They've also been playing well all season,
Absolutely.
from what I've heard. So they're definitely an opponent that will be challenging to either one of these teams.
Yep. Newport Christian just coming off of a win at the Pensacola Christian College tournament, winning the whole entire tournament.
Yep.
We got a 3-point basket made from Oakwood. We also got a timeout on the floor. Oakwood slowly chipping away back at them. Looking to pull off an upset here.
They have shortened it from a 19-point lead to a 13-point lead. With 5 minutes to go, that is a doable margin to make up if they can start sinking some shots and really be aggressive on defense.
Looks like Cole McGraw is going to be coming in. Robert McGraw, excuse me. Devin Sides gets it up, trying to bring the ball up the floor. Jude Collins, great defense, gets called on a reach-in foul. He's playing really great defense with his feet there and decided to go and hack. If Oakwood wants to stay in this game, not only they just got to be able to stay in front of their guys and pressure them until they turn the ball over.
Mm-hmm.
Devin Sides to pass over.
Good aggression from Oakwood, trying to get that ball back.
Great hustle. Farley coming in. And we got a 5-second call.
Will Barber, good defense from him. He's been playing well.
Pass it over to Bowen to Jude Collins. Collins stuck in the corner, trying to get a trap there. Couldn't convert. Try to find Bowen cutting through the lane. Pass to the corner. And the three-point shot is good by number 3. Low. Adrian Fields.
That makes it a 10-point difference, so that was a great play for Oakwood.
Got a foul on the floor there. Oakwood's got to be careful here with 8 fouls. Not looking to put him in double bonus just yet. Oh, great defense by Bowen. Kicks it over to Farley. Or, excuse me, Sides. Passes it to Inayat. Finds Farley in the paint. Gets his own rebound. Passes it out. 3-point shot, no good. A little bit of a scuffle there. Foul be on Oakwood. Number 3, Adrian Fields. Pass out to Devin Sides. Bowen tries to kick it. Get that block. Just missed it.
Nice layup from the senior.
Off of Barber, going down. High Street basketball. Now, if I were High Street right now, I'd get a long pass in just like they did the last inbounds and get another quick bucket. Exactly what I thought. Easy buckets for High Street basketball. Three-point shot is good. Adrian Fields pulling up that deep three-pointer from the top of the key. Bowen trying to get that steal. Gets it over to Fields. Fields gets that steal, then throws the ball away to McGraw. McGraw can bring the ball down for High Street. Trying to get him a trap. Kicks it over to his brother. Kicks it over to Ashbin. Looking for Farley on the three-point line. Catches him there. Passes it over to Farley. Farley with a nice spin move to the lane. Misses the layup. Adrian Fields looking for a shot. And it's no good. Ball rims right out. Hope they get a steal right there. And we got a foul on the floor. Foul will be on 21 in Ayat. That's his third. William Boeing, not good. Free throw is not good. Passes it over to McGraw. McGraw kicks it back out. Catches Devin Sides. Devin Sides to McGraw. Passes it over. Shot from three. No good. Farley with the rebound. And then a foul. Foul will be on 24, Jude Collins. Excited to see this next game coming up.
It's going to be very good.
Oakwood slowly chipping away at his lead, bringing it within 12. Nice Euro step. No charge call there. It'll be out of bounds. Trying to find Barber. Pulls a floater. Sturgill with the rebound. With an and one. Going to the line, shooting one free throw. Way to stay calm and cool under pressure there from Sturgill. He's missed a couple of free throws on the day. Let's see if he can convert this one when they need it the most. Looks like Adrian Fields will be checking back in. Coming in for Sturgill. Not quite sure why they put him out, but maybe Coach Aggie sees something that we don't.
It's just under 2 minutes to go, and a 9-point difference between High Street and Oakwood.
Just a great fight from Oakwood, clawing back into this game.
Yeah, they have come back from about a 19-point deficit, I believe, was the highest. And they have come back. They have played aggressively. They have some stops on defense. They've done well.
Devin Sides pulls a mid-range jump shot, and we got a shot clock violation.
Oh.
Oakwood basketball. Pass to Daniel Bowen.
That missed three really would have put Oakwood in a good position.
Great rip through by McGraw. McGraw pulling it back out. Tries to find Farley on the baseline, kicks it back out to McGraw. McGraw smartly moving the ball around. Gives it to Farley. Farley with the layup. Out of bounds, going the other way. I think Farley was trying to look for a call there, but he just wasn't going to get.
If you're High Street, you really want to try to keep these possessions pretty long. You want to run out the clock because you are about 9 points ahead. And if you can run that out, that really keeps Oakwood at about 1, maybe 2 possessions if it's a quick turnaround.
Absolutely.
We do have a foul. We are about 45 seconds left remaining in this game. Again, the winner of this game will be playing Newport Beach. I believe at about 2:20, I believe, LJ, 2:20, 2:40?
I think it's 2:20.
2:20.
Mm-hmm.
So that will give them a little bit under an hour of rest. Newport will have had about 2 hours of rest between games. So we may see some fatigue factors coming in. If High Street is the team to play Newport Beach, they have been up and playing for quite some time. So we will see how that affects that in the next game. LJ, we're able to hear a little bit of the timeout from the High Street side. What do you think they might be saying over on the Oakwood side?
Oakwood side, I think they're just trying to get their spirits up just a little bit. I think they're just a little down. Looking at the lead that they've cut into, but still the deficit there. I think Coach Eggie over there is trying to just keep their heads up and let them know that the game's still not over. 45 seconds is still a long time, and 9 points is not a very large deficit. And that they are more than capable of cutting back into this lead and maybe even coming away with the win. Free throw is good from number 24. That would be Solomon Robinson. First time checking in the game today. Great block by Bowen. Coming up there with the hustle. Only shaved 4 seconds off the clock. Coach Aggie looking to sub in Bryce Sturgill for Daniel Bowen. Pretty smart on his part to put size in there so that way he can defend well. Got a foul on the floor. Gonna shoot 1-on-1 here.
High Street with a 10-point lead. If they do make these shots, that will be pretty much sealing the game as there are 37 seconds to go. No matter what happens, though, Oakwood and High Street have both played extremely well today. Both teams, both parents, like all the families involved, should be very proud of their players.
Absolutely. Just a great fight from both teams.
Yeah, for sure. Both handled themselves very well as well. Very respectful, good sportsmanlike conduct, which is nice to see in a tournament like this.
Looking to shoot.
Just a little bit
Just a wee
off.
bit off. And got a foul on the floor on number 12, Farley. Free throw's good.
Final 24 seconds of the game. Oakwood's taking the ball. That was such a close shot.
We got a travel on the floor.
I believe they called a foul. A foul?
Levi Kessling coming into the game for the first time today. Number 44 coming in for Farley. The shot is good. A little excited there. Number 33, Kieran Connor.
I think that's a foul on Kernan Connor.
Free throw is good. For the second free throw, just a little bit off.
What a good game between High Street and Oakwood. Both, just as we mentioned, playing very aggressively, but respectfully. Really enjoyable game watching these guys.
Just a great fight on both sides.
With that, High Street will continue on to the next round to play Newport Beach. That game happening at 2:20 right here.
Well, welcome to the Walther Center, the second to last guys game of the West Coast Baptist College Tip Off Tournament, and it is shaping up to be a great one here. We've got the Newport Christian Seahawks and the High Street Christian Crusaders playing for the right to make it to the championship tonight at 6:15. High Street won the consolation bracket. Newport went as deep as they could in the winner's bracket before their loss a couple hours ago to Liberty from Durham, North Carolina. Liberty has punched their ticket to the title game. The winner will get to face them here. It's going to be a great game with extremely high stakes. I'm David Adams. I'm excited to be joined by Josh Yancey, one of our West Coast students here, and truly just a hardcore sports aficionado, bringing his insight into the game here. It's going to be a great one, man. High Street playing their third game of the day. In fact, I believe they're playing a back-to-back game here after playing at 12:20. Got a little bit longer than normal break, but not much. After beating Lancaster Baptist at 8:20 this morning, and then beating Oakwood to get the win in the consolation bracket. Newport immediately coming with a press. McGraw able to get out of this. And Newport is swarming on defense. You can tell this is a plan here, going up for it, and that's going to be too early for them. And the scoring opened by number 3, TJ Thompson, the sophomore guard. Eshbin in a at. Hits it over to Devin Sides, and that is going to be a 3 to take the lead here. Both sides getting some early scores on the board. Working it inside. Thompson again going. Eshbin getting a hand on it. Big production so far today, and you don't see this kind of an aggressive press right out of the gates in most of the games here in the tournament. But Newport playing with a lot of confidence, looking controlled while being kind of chaotic in this sort of way. Let's see if they keep it up all game.
Yeah, they're looking really aggressive today. They want that ball, and they don't want to let them shoot at all.
McGraw looking for a shot here, gets it up, rattles it, almost brings it in. Side's not quite able to pull down the board here. And some ball movement, especially after just pushing it real quickly by Nate Lynn, the senior. And number 12 for High Street pulling up, not able to get it to fall, is Logan Farley. An aggressive, up and down and back and forth kind of game here so far. Sides, will he get it? He gets it to fall here, and that is going to be 4-2. 5-2, rather. We went from 2 to 3 there. I think they reconsidered an earlier one they had logged for 2 points, called it a 3 by Sides. And so our score again here, 5-2 in the early going. But after bouncing around multiple times, and then an offensive putback not able to fall, it's coming back in the Ohio team's direction. Josh, what are you seeing so far in and maybe how you think the teams are coming into the game plan here?
Well,
anything standing out to you here in the first 3 minutes or so?
Newport is clearly trying to get them off their game plan, but it doesn't quite seem to be working. They came out aggressive, wanted to punch them in the mouth, but they're still playing their game. High Street's still doing what they want to do. And Newport's got to get their offensive rolling. They're putting up shots, but they're not getting that many boards. And it's just rimming out a lot.
Cole Farley bringing it up some, now setting a pick for McGraw. High Street, not an incredibly long team, but they have done a good job on the board so far. Neither of these teams with insane height, but a lot of physical players that are willing to get in there. Eshman-Iniat hitting it from outside, and High Street, their third game of the day, and it's only about 2:30 right now. But they're showing a lot of fresh legs, good energy, seeing if they can make a run all the way back to the title game. But they're going to have to close down stuff like that as TJ Thompson gets in there for the score. Battle of the point guards here in the backcourt. And the ball gets swiped. Iniat gets it. And High Street didn't want to burn that timeout, but they were not in a great spot. They had to do what they had to do there. Right now, right about halfway through the first quarter, High Street Crusaders 10, Newport Seahawks 4. And High Street, you got to feel like, especially with as much as they've been playing recently, they felt maybe a lot more pressure out of these two teams, that they had to be the ones to come out, start strong, get an early lead. You really don't want to have to dig deep and claw back from a 10-point deficit, 12-point deficit, something like that. And Farley tosses it. Iniat, it looks like they just misjudged it a little bit there. And Thompson really just grabbed it directly. Didn't even have to steal it per se from his guy. Just plain swiped it. And now gets it to fall. I believe the score, and there we go, is now 10-6 with a chance to make it 10-7 here on the free throw. It will not fall. And number 12, Logan Farley, going to be the one that comes down with it here. Another steal, though, for Newport. And it's been a little bit hectic, a little bit crazy here. Josh Azucena not able to get it.
Looks like Newport maybe started to ramp things up a little bit again, making that rally there. Got to make sure they don't let that fuel die, that fire die.
And McGraw comes off the screen, gets a three. You know that Newport can't be thrilled about that, because literally during the last timeout, specifically heard Coach Thompson say, like, the literal number one direction he was giving to his team was, don't let him come off screens and hit the three. And he's got an incredibly quick release. But speaking of incredibly quick, that give and go pass, Thompson gets down and gets it. Farley to McGraw, and it looks like they're going to get across the half-court line without too much trouble here. Iniat to Farley, goes up strong, gets it to fall. Nice adjustment with the arm angles there. We've got a high-scoring, high-flying game so far. High Street at 15, just over 5 minutes in. Newport at 8 themselves, and you can see the flashes of what they want to do on offense. It's going to be a tough team to hold down all game. And just like that, buries it. Number 10, Derek Nguyen, 11-15. High Street, Ohio, still up. Josh, do you think that High Street wants to kind of keep it going up and down like this? Or do you think they want to stay in more half-court sets here moving forward?
Well, their primary shooter is great off screens. I think you kind of want to keep that half-court setting going. While Newport, they're doing really good driving and running the court. They're getting those steals. So I do think they kind of want to stick with this half-court, you know, using screens, getting the open shot, and not push themselves. Because Newport seems like to be the more athletic team, so they're going to do better in the running in the court.
You can tell they feel really comfortable trying to get out and run, trying to just make this a track meet. And High Street definitely has the shooting, definitely has the guys that can kind of work effectively off of drives. Certainly not like they can't play that way.
Yeah.
But it feels like that's in the Seahawks' comfort zone.
It really does.
Almost rolls that one in as an and one from a tough angle. Azucena going to the line for two, chance to cut it to a 2-point game.
And it seems like they're finally getting other players involved on that Newport offense outside of number, I think it was
Yeah, so far number 3,
Three, yeah.
Thompson, doing a great job, being exactly what his team needs him to be. But you can't only have one player be exactly what the team needs him to be. As Hussein and others, doing a great job, getting them back into the game here.
Yeah.
Counterpunching, responding here to the pressure. We're going to see how this shakes out. And when kind of loose pressure, even from three-quarters court, picking them up more closely, McGraw pulls that. It's straight. Just a little bit too strong. Impressively, because he was well behind the college line.
It was a good
with
three.
that. And Thompson is going to draw the foul from 21, Eshbin Eniat. On the baseline is going to be the senior. And it looks like Eshbin might have gotten rung up again. That's his third, if I'm counting it right, his third. And we are only 6.5 minutes into the game. He is a pretty key player for them. And so you got to wonder if the High Street coaches are going to try to just play this one out and just give it its best shot, or if they're going to try to rest him here. It does look like we've got number 8, Malachi Crockett, coming onto the floor, and he is going to be swapping out for the so far just a little bit too aggressive point guard. We'll see how this works. Now, he is going to be one of the younger players that is playing. Crockett, a high school freshman. Let's see if he can handle what can be a pretty nasty press by Newport. A lot of ball pressure, causing a travel there. High Street's Logan Farley felt like he had his foot set, but that pivot foot just kind of sliding there. It's tough to keep track of all those little nuances in the moment when you've got a man in your face. Thompson a little bit deep, but picked up by number 21, Nate Lynn. And Lynn giving his team the lead after the strong start by the Crusaders. Looks like we'll probably get about one possession for each team from here on out. Sides saving it there. Crockett managing to work his way out of pressure. Sides looking around. And this one's going back the other direction. And Lynn is going to finish this one off. Shot clock is off. But let's see if High Street is able to hold on to it for long enough. Crockett doing well, but getting there into the lane, into the defense. Did an impressive job, but was treading on thin ice before the foul call is going to give them that one on the baseline. It's Newport 18, High Street 15. Strong comeback from the early run by the Crusaders. Seahawks up by 3. Crusaders with the ball here. And closing out on defense, getting a hand there. That's going to be up. That's not going to do it. 6 seconds left. Let's see if the Seahawks can add to this. And almost the crazy alley-oop layup. Got it up. Can't get it to fall. And that's going to end our first quarter. 18 for the Newport Christian Seahawks. 15 for the High Street Christian Crusaders. Josh, what's a takeaway or two that you're kind of seeing here in the early going in this game?
Well, at first, you could see Newport hit him with the tough defense, and High Street, it didn't really faze them. They still played their game, but somewhere halfway through, they just kind of got stuck on that defense and stopped playing their game, it seemed like. They stopped using that screen a lot, and they just took bad shots, didn't make them, and then they just were getting beat on the drive on defense, and they just let that lead slip from them. They need to get back to what they're good at doing and stop playing toward what Newport's doing and do what they like to do.
Newport's got kind of that size, length, strength sort of combo that just a lot of guys have been pretty effective pushing the pace, not only to then maybe swing it to someone for a 3, but to get in themselves. It's tough to stay in front of them, especially with one of your players already in foul trouble. High Street only at 4 in the first quarter overall. They're not in a desperate situation as a team as a whole, but especially kind of what we're talking about, keeping someone in front of the ball, certainly your ball handling, certainly your offensive rhythm. Not having a lead ball handling guard on the floor, maybe almost till halftime with 3 fouls, is definitely going to make it tough on them for sure.
And I hope that freshman can keep calm and not turn the ball over, since he looks like he's going to be holding the ball a lot.
And swinging it around here, High Street really compact on defense a lot of times. And this was even something that was fueling in their first game of today, fueling a really strong run against Lancaster Baptist in the first half, was how compact they stay on defense, especially on drives. Almost everyone can end up not only in the paint, but deep in the paint. But Newport, having the presence of mind, shooters just keep popping up in the corners. And whether those guys are pulling it or then kicking it around, kind of restarting the offense from there, guys showing up in places like this, it's just really going to be a tricky challenge for such a compact, almost pack line type of defense of the Navy and Orange. A little Virginia Cavaliers, Tony Bennett inspired style almost here.
Yeah, Newport, they're just running their offense like they want to do it. That defense isn't really making them work for it. They get their open shots, they get their drives. They're just, once they start connecting, then this game could be out of reach.
You can see even some of the fresh legs and things like that definitely playing in their favor here. High Street putting up a great fight. It doesn't look like they're, just already gassed or something like that. But just that spring that the Seahawks have in the half court, in the full court, just being able to make things happen is something that's really going to be hard for High Street to be able to respond to throughout the game, especially if you're dealing with foul trouble, a little bit shorter bench maybe. Right now we've got Robert McGraw coming in, a 5'6", 8th grader, but he played a pretty good amount down the road, down the end of their first game of the day. And you see that he's grown into this kind of, secondary, maybe tertiary even kind of ball handler, but he can kind of keep the offense ticking along, get guys where they need to be, get the ball where it needs to be. And right here, number 11, Josh Azucena, again coming up big there. You could see even on that one, guy in the corner, the only defender on that side had to just kind of slide down into the corner, which meant that he had that extra beat to load up there for a three. He's going to do it again. Not going to hit this one, though, as Farley comes down with it. McGraw over to the older McGraw, who pulls it, splashes it. Big play there. 9-point margin here as it's been growing, but this is going to cut High Street to 26-20. Thompson can't quite finish. Saves it to Azucena, but they said his foot was over the line. 26-20. Just about 2 minutes in to the second quarter. Again, this is the final elimination game, with High Street winning the consolation bracket, Newport winning the final, or losing the final of the winner's bracket. The winner of this game will advance to the championship tonight at 6:15. McGraw just slightly deep on that one. Lim bringing it down the floor. Rather, Nguyen bringing it down the floor. And the Seahawks on the baseline here. And they are going to just toss that one right up there. Good execution. Not quite above the rim, but high school equivalent of above the rim. Farley, you could tell he was looking for McGraw. And they are really trying to give it just the lockdown treatment on defense.
You could tell it's an interesting inbound technique too. No one ran across the court. They just stood in line, so the defense couldn't quite get the guy in the middle. And then just an easy layup right there.
And Iniat coming back in on 3 fouls. We mentioned there was a shot. We might not even see him till closer to the half. But Coach Manus saying, you know what, we got to get our guys in, and he's going to just have to be able to play his game and to do so cleanly. Great pass, great finish by number 21, Nate Lynn. And almost got jumped by Azucena. They are really being predatory in those passing lanes. You can tell that's where they want to really create a lot of stress. And the defense pushing up, especially against number 3, Logan McGraw. He gets a shot off there. Number 12, Logan Farley, almost able to stop it. Just the ball movement here around the perimeter. Honestly, it feels like they've found a lot of success on that left side, Josh.
It does.
And they've pushed it out to 32-20 with 4:16 left in this half. They got to feel good about they can go fast or slow, they can go inside and outside, and it's definitely all coming together. It's all kind of building on each other here in the early going for them. Got about half of the time left here in the second quarter for the Crusaders to be able to keep this in range at the half. You know these guys have come far enough. They're not going to lose belief, but sometimes you can just kind of get stuck and you start pressing and get out of your rhythm if this score gets too far out of hand.
Especially being in high school, 12-point lead feels huge.
Yeah.
But if they can, Logan McGraw, he's got that shot. If they can maybe design some plays for him and instead of just shoot off the top of the key, might unlock something for them. They can get back in this game.
Absolutely, and you can tell Newport is really, I mean, they're sending waves at everybody, but they're really sending waves at him. I'd love to see Devin Sides, someone that really picked up a lot of slack in the earlier game. I'm not able to mention quite as much from Oakwood as I wasn't the one on that call, but even seeing them earlier, Devin Sides, he's got definitely some game. He can score. He can go inside, especially kind of at least getting that momentum and making things happen from there. So you know that's going to be something that they want to see happen here. Let's see if they can make it work. And that one is going to get splashed by Robert McGraw. 32-23 with just under 4 minutes left in this half here. We've got two of the younger players, the 9th grader Malachi Crockett and the 8th grader Robert McGraw, on the floor here for the High Street Crusaders. Malachi is a relatively short 5'7" player, has been going down and mixing it up down low on the drives, but is going to get rung up there for his first foul. An and one opportunity for Newport, who have only committed 2 fouls themselves. High Street at 7 in the half here. And Caleb Oregon is going to get that one to fall. Let's see what Farley and McGraw can do here. Not going to quite happen. Iniat not quite able to get to it, and we are off to the races as Newport loves to be. It's coming back to Robert McGraw, and he just kind of misplaced that pass there. Might have even seen a Navy jersey a bit further back. Threw it behind his brother, who is in relatively good position there. And we've got Malachi Crockett running back out there. He had just been on, so maybe just a bit of miscommunication about who was coming off or not. Devin Sides now back in the game. The senior guard, really a big part of their offense. Thompson not quite able to get it to fall. And here we go. A little lefty Easiest way to get it up there, layup, 35-25. McGraw's score cuts it to 10. Josh, we got just under 3 minutes left here. What do you think Newport is looking to do to, I mean, you can't kill the game in the first half, but what do you think they really want to see in the next 2.5 minutes from the Seahawks side?
I think they just want to see that, make sure their defense is still doing what it's supposed to be doing, messing up those shots that High State wants to get, and just keeping up this tempo, because it really is killing the other team right now. And then hit that left side, because they keep scoring from that, and just kind of maybe take the morale out of the team's sails, you know.
And a great play by High Street back on this side. Devin Sides getting an offensive board. Eniat just intuitively seeing the cut, going for it, good finish. Those are guys that have the ability to step up and really be a big part of a potential comeback. You know that the Crusaders are excited to get those guys some touches, get those guys some rhythm, especially with Sides just coming back in. Came back in hot, didn't need much more time to warm up, right? It's your third game of the day. You better be ready to go. Thompson is ready to go there. He's going to splash that. And TJ Thompson for 3 pushes it out to 11-point margin, 38-27. We've got 100 seconds left in the first half.
Thompson's just got that motor of this team. He's keeping them running.
And you're seeing the Seahawks defense, it's moving a little bit from that full court pressure to an aggressive kind of half court, trapping sometimes, things like that. Looks like McGraw asked him to come off. His brother's going to be coming in here. Took a couple of hard falls in the first game of the day. You wonder if they're going to lean into maybe a bit more full court pressure here to try to pick on the talented 8th grader. Sides here, getting going towards the rim. That's the kind of game that he has. He's kind of this 2-guard, maybe small forward, but really plays inside, plays downhill. That's the kind of approach that he's been effective with so far here. Let's see if he can keep it going.
It's good to see him finally get in the paint instead of just checking up the first 3 they have, you know, moving that ball around like that.
High Street committing to trying to keep it inside, trying to keep themselves in all phases of the game. Sides is 2 for 2. It's a 9-point game, as Nguyen bringing it up now for the Seahawks. And that pass got rejected. High Street's still going to have to dig in as they're on defense here. But they've got the opportunity now to get the steal. Sides getting down on the floor, really come out strong here, sense that breather earlier in the quarter, and really just trying to will his team back into the game. We've got number 24 for High Street, Solomon Robinson, out on the court. Haven't seen him a lot today, but even with McGraw hitting the bench, Eniat trying to kind of manage some of his time with him in a bit of foul trouble. Robinson getting a chance to try to contribute, finding these short little spurts from other players. Going to be big. Logan McGraw back on the court. Robert gets over to his left, crosses it. And they have been a lot more aggressive recently. Newport gotten pretty deep in this quarter with only 2 fouls. This is now their 6th. I don't think they've been excessively handsy, excessively grabby. Maybe just being a little sloppy at times, but mostly commitment by the Crusaders to trying to get back inside. Farley here, Cole Farley, the senior forward, coming down with the offensive board. Devin Sides, it is milliseconds away between the difference in the shot clock and the game clock. So just looking for whatever is best here. They don't have to pay attention to specific timing. Thompson's going to steal that. 13 seconds left, and McGraw swipes it out. We've got about 9.9 seconds. Newport up 9, 38-29. And let's see if they try to put one up here early or if they try to burn it right down to the buzzer. A good look there, and got stonewalled on defense. Puts it up, not able to get anything out of it is Titus Thompson. And so this is going to be our halftime margin, 38 for the Newport Christian Seahawks, 29 for the High Street Christian Crusaders. We'll be back on the other side of this 7-minute halftime in our final elimination game of the guys tournament. Again, Newport 38, High Street 29. Well, welcome back to the second half here, the West Coast Baptist College Tip-Off Tournament. Again, the final elimination game, both Newport Christian Seahawks and the High Street Christian Crusaders with one loss. And this one is going to stay down on Newport's side. A nifty behind-the-back attempt, at least. Was not able to find its intended target. That shot did, though. And that's going to be out to 40 to 29. Guess I saw his foot on the line. Almost looked like a 3. 30 to 29, 41 to 29. They're correcting it now. Here at the start of the second half. High Street, their third game of the day. Really fighting their way as far as they can here. Let's see if they're able to finish this one off. McGraw to McGraw to the bucket. That's going to be a 3. And a big one at that. Certainly can't let this margin just keep growing throughout the game here. Newport pretty comfortable playing at a high pace, at a high tempo. And so they're playing more in the half court so far this half. That might just be some good defense by High Street. Just the ability that they do have to get where they need to be. A good bucket by number 1, I believe, Titus Thompson. Farley now, Cole Farley up at the top, over to Eshbit Iniat. Farley now gets it up, hits the deck, and he'll be going to the line for 2. You almost wonder if Newport's kind of trying to burn maybe a little bit of time, and then they're all of a sudden, fourth quarter hits. They're going to go full on press here.
I could definitely see that happening in this game for sure.
And Cole Farley bouncing it around the back of the rim. Not able to get it to fall, however. And Newport with the ball, up 10, 6:14 left in the third quarter here. Josh Azuceno is looking to the sidelines for some instructions. Now Nguyen, Thompson brothers, and number 21, Nate Lynn, passing it around here. Thompson looked like he had just about gotten Farley on the post up there, but held him off for just long enough to force him to swing it around. Unfortunately for High Street, swinging it around led them to an effective three-pointer.
High Street keeps wanting to trap that ball handler, but then they're not picking up the open man when he gets the ball in the corner.
Sides over to Logan McGraw. He's got a man right on him. Gets it to Farley. But Cole is not able to get that one to drop. We've got 2 Farleys on the court right now. Cole, we've mentioned probably a little bit more. Number 22. But also number 12, Logan. 2 years younger, couple inches shorter. Both of them part of what needs to be a great High Street performance here in the third quarter. And we've done it so far. It's not time to stop right now. We've got a blonde-haired number 22 that plays on the same team as his brother. That's right. Sad Orlando Magic fan says that it's Franz Wagner time right now. To Eshbin Iniat. Finds it. Cole Farley. Up and in. I think he was empowered by that reference there. And the Seahawks coming back down the court.
His inner Franz Wagner. I like it, you know.
You know what? We have no actual excitement in our NBA season, so it just comes down to referencing him as much as possible on these sorts of broadcasts,
Hey,
just
you
to
know,
share my pain with the
Rookie of
world.
the Year candidate, he might pull it off. You don't know.
Well, in the game that's actually going on here, Logan McGraw bombing away from deep and follows it up, slings it in with the lefty. Just the way it worked out, the court was spaced, and then the only guys that were down low at all were all closing out on that rebound itself. As much space as there's been in the paint probably all day from Newport. They've done a great job really trying to condense down in on the Crusaders when they've gotten into the lane, and really even to prevent them from being able to get into the lane. Robert McGraw coming in for Logan Farley, and a swap of younger brothers.
Looks like they tried that same inbound pass again, but this time wasn't as successful. But they get the 3.
And another smooth shot from Nate Lynn. Newport so dangerous because not only can they drive and not only can they run, but they can also hit from outside. And so there's not really a game script that you can get them in that just they don't have anyone able to handle. Cole Farley with a great drive there, offhanded. These kind of performances, these kind of shots, the ones that they have to have fall in order for them to stay on target here. Good contest, good rebound. He's got to watch his back, but it looks like Titus Thompson not going to follow up there. And Devin sides with a big shot. Again, kind of talking about these are the kinds of ones they absolutely have to hit. He's played maybe a little bit understated at times today, but not in a bad way. He's come up big in some big moments for them. Another corner 3. This one's going to rim out as Thompson is going to grab the board there, keep that possession alive, and end up getting them 2 points out of it. Eshbin Iniat, the point guard here with the ball, passing it now, hasn't picked up a foul since he got 3 in about the first 5 minutes or so. An impressive, controlled display from him, being what they need him to be to keep them in the game. Looks like they're going to call that foul on the floor, even though there was a bucket kind of continuing after, wasn't really in the process of shooting. And they're going to call that one a travel. Newport did a good job getting up to contest it. And it just required a little bit too much second thought there to avoid what would have been a block. Josh, we got 2 minutes left in this quarter. Newport 51, High Street 42. You feel like the Crusaders are going to want to be within 5, 6 to feel good heading into the fourth quarter?
Yeah, it'd be nice if they can keep it to a 2 to 3 possession game going into the fourth quarter. You know, between like 4 and 6 would be great for them. Anything more, and it's like that person you can't quite reach. You keep running toward that mark, but if they keep it within that 8-point to 10-point range, it's going to feel like a long distance.
Looks like technical free throws there, assessed against High Street, with Newport converting both of them to push it out to 11. It's 53-42. Again, 53-42. Newport almost putting the margin out even further. They might still do so.
You hate to see when the losing team gets technical fouls. You know, you want to keep your cool, keep your calm when you're trying to mount that comeback. And you hate to see them lose their heads.
It's such a tough line to walk because you have to really push yourself even beyond what just kind of normal, passionate, hey, we want to win, to claw back something like this. And Robert McGraw, the 5'7" 8th grader, 5'6", at least in his listed height, just goes off the dribble all the way in, finishes on the left side, and gets an and one opportunity that he then converts Huge play. Huge play there for them. Again, keeping it in that kind of range that you don't have to have literally just everything go your way in the fourth. Because the way this Seahawks team is played, you can't count on everything going your way for sure. They have really, really done a good job keeping High Street from getting in too much of a rhythm in any phase. And that's not to take anything away from the Crusaders. Just a really good Seahawks team.
If you're High Street, you just want to show them you're still alive going in the fourth quarter and that you're not just rolling over.
And a big-time rebound by Cole Farley. Comes down with it. And Josh Azucena picks up his third foul. Not too concerning with just over a quarter left to play. But that's going to be his fourth. He was at 3 before. That now puts him to 4. And that definitely is going to be the kind of thing that is going to be something they're going to have to manage.
It's gonna
Newport
hurt them a little.
up 8 right now. 53-45. A minute and 1 second left here in the third quarter. Winner plays at 6:15 tonight for all of the marbles. We've got 1 minute left. High Street getting the ball back, coming out of this moment here. This is the time, right? Someone's got to step up. Someone's got to make those kind of big plays. Whether it is one of their go-to scorers, maybe Logan McGraw, maybe Devin Sides, coming up with a big bucket. Maybe it's something like Robert McGraw, again, getting that and one, finding a way to contribute, even if you're not the number 1, the number 2 option. Big opportunity for them here. After Newport has, with all respect to High Street, has controlled this game, has been the better team by and large so far. But a big chance for them to make something happen, to give themselves a real chance heading into the fourth quarter. Eniat to Cole Farley to Robert McGraw, swinging it around the top. 11 on the shot clock, and it looks like he just looked up and saw it. They're going to have to figure something out. He pulls, he fires, he bounces that one in. 5-point game, shot clock is off. If you're High Street, honestly, you want them just kind of stepping back. You don't want to just give them early shots here for them to attack. They're going to ring up Logan McGraw on this one. 22 seconds.
Just don't let them get an open look. You know, this is a great score to leave it at the fourth quarter if you can just hold it right here.
And even if maybe a late shot puts it out to 7, puts it out to 8, you don't want to give them the kind of momentum of what can be, they haven't shown much in the second half, but what can be a really tricky press. Just get out, stay in front of them, keep a hand up, don't let them have anything easy. And Newport gets it up just in time, pushes it out to 7 at the break. Made it look relatively easy. Titus Thompson going up strong. 7-point margin, 1 quarter to play. Elimination for the losing team. Championship opportunity for the winning team. Man, you can't ask for more than this. With this kind of scenario, this kind of game, man, it is just really what they are looking for here. Josh, maybe one key from each team heading into the final 8 minutes.
If you're High Street, you kind of just want to tighten up that defense a little. They're getting too many open threes, and that's what's keeping this game so far, or they're getting down in the paint. You know, right now they're a 3-level team when it comes to scoring, which is really hard to defend, but you just got to get in there. And if you're Newport, just keep doing what you're doing. Keep passing that ball around, find the open man, and you're doing great so far. Keep doing that. I'm sure you can end this in a win.
And it felt like in the first half, maybe the Newport offense with maybe a little bit more precision, maybe a little bit more, not tenacity. They've definitely been trying to get to their spots, trying to put everything together. but there hasn't maybe felt like quite that same extent of just an edge, not in a crossing the line, not in an out of control way, but just that kind of edge to just make something happen. Something we seemed to see the Seahawks have a bit more of in the first half, playing with a little bit more control, but maybe not quite the same tenacity. Devin Sides rattles it in for 3. It's a 4-point game. Newport, though, right away you could see them kind of bringing that press back out. We talked about how they went away from it a little bit in the third. Doesn't seem like that's the case now. Looks like it is off the shin of 21 inning out of High Street. Ref saw that as well. Seahawks going to have it a little bit tricky here in the corner, but they're going to toss it up and just be able to reset it right from the top. Lynn and Nguyen working it back and forth here. And we haven't seen a whole lot of number 2, Caleb Azarena, who's with the ball right now. But a nice pass and a great shot by Nate Lynn. Good defense.
It was.
Not easy, but they've got some shooters that really like being in the corner. You can tell they feel comfortable there. You can tell they've worked on maybe that little bit shorter 3, but less of the backboard, a little bit harder to see in some ways. And a block by Logan McGraw. Did a good job running himself back into the play. Lynn looking for a foul. Didn't see any contact, although obviously always hard to be sure on some kind of in-the-moment play like that. But getting it blocked out of bounds, Seahawks staying with it. Azarena, a little too far forward. Titus Thompson, again, really hard to completely keep off the boards. He's getting knocked down some. Sides, can't quite get it to fall. Robert McGraw. Cole Farley in the game now, trying to go in, trying to get it lefty. Not happening. Lynn pushing it back down the court. This is that kind of pace that Newport plays with that really almost no other team can really match effectively. And a great play by Azarena, getting in there, forcing a jump ball, ends up coming back their direction. Really in a situation that not a lot to gain there. Could have been really easy to get a reach-in foul, but stayed very controlled, very precise with his pressure, and giving Newport a chance. Again, this game was at 4 just a couple seconds ago. It's now at 10, and they've got the ball. Lim pulls, fires, splashes it. It's been huge in the fourth quarter for them.
This Newport team is just hungry. They're ready to eat, and High Street's just got to match that.
And they've got that kind of that edge, that tenacity that we talked about heading into the quarter. Again, it's only been about 2 and some minutes. It's 51, make that 53 for High Street, 64 for Newport. Newport up 11, 5.5 left, 11-point margin. And TJ Thompson working it around. Lim able to get a hand on it. Nguyen here doubled in the corner. And Newport is going to burn a timeout to maintain possession here. Yeah, this is exactly what Newport's been looking for here in the fourth quarter. High Street playing hard, not playing badly, but Newport is just making those plays. They're winning the little margins. And then to compound that, Nate Lim, big-time shooting to really bring this together.
Yeah, they're just controlling the game, and they have the game how they want it in this. And High Street is just playing to what Newport's doing this whole time.
They've got to feel good about the position that they've put themselves in, certainly throughout the tournament, and then in this game right now. What's got to be a tired High Street team. Again, third game of the day. Lim hits another. You can tell that they're digging deep. You can tell that they're giving it everything they've got in the tank. But it's going to be hard for them to have enough in the tank to come back from this 14-point deficit. Let's see if they can do it, though. Sides grabbing it and running out of bounds, just too much momentum to be able to stop. But if anything, giving the defense a chance to reset here might have even been the more effective proposition here.
And it's just showing they still got some life in this. You know, they're not out yet.
Lim pulling up again, doesn't hit that one. It feels like he's been absolutely hitting everything else, though, in the fourth. Crisp movement around the perimeter by the Crusaders. Farley's been pretty good driving left. We'll see if he does that again. Devin Sides a little bit deep there. He's better going downhill to the rim. Definitely has that shooting ability, though. Corner, Thompson followed it up. You could tell that pretty quickly he could feel it wasn't maybe quite going to go in. McGraw from deep.
Wow.
A big play, a needed play there. 67 to the Newport Seahawks. 56 to the High Street Crusaders. 11-point margin. 3 minutes, 53 seconds left in the game. You wonder if Newport is going to bring pressure, Josh, to really just try to muddle up the High Street offense, or if they're almost just going to sit back, maybe one person coming out on the ball, and not give them a chance to work through, get 2-on-1s if you can break the press. If you were Coach Thompson in the huddle right now, Josh, would you be pushing them to press or to sit back a little bit more?
Well, we're under the 4-minute mark, so we don't have half a game left, or half a quarter left. So I would think you would want to put that pressure because they're getting those threes. That's the shots High Street wants. So put some pressure and don't give them those easy shots. I think you just want to take this by the horns and just take it. Take control of this game.
And we've seen that they can bring full court pressure pretty effectively. Haven't done so that much in the second half, but looked really nice with it in the first half at times. But they can also kind of have that high 2-3 with that second guy very much just jumping up into kind of a soft double, making it hard to maybe get a cross-court pick or something like that. And you could see that sort of thing being the case here. Number 8, Malachi Crockett in the game now against Azarena. And the turnover, Eshbin with a nice controlled performance here in the second half. He's going to have to get up and over, and just a little too high, even for the 6'2" Cole Farley. That's a tough one. Yeah. They had to just throw it out there because the defense was kind of sitting on them, burning some of that backcourt time. Thompson, Lim, in the corner, and that is going to be good.
That is going to hurt High Street right there. Turnover for a 3. You can't be doing that late in the fourth.
It's 70-56. Lim with it here. Sides, but Lim is able to control it, get up there, kind of shield with his body. Not a great angle for High Street, and a good response here. Not only when it got into a 4-point game to kind of push it back out, although that's certainly true, but even here these last couple of minutes, when you've got to take those high variance shots, make those high variance possessions, they're just doing a good job of pushing all of the variance their way. Certainly in large part because of the shooting of this man right here, Nate Lim. Azarena, Thompson, over and around. This is exactly what they want. Titus Thompson doing a great job of just being big, being physical. I don't know exactly where that pass was going. The shorter Crockett, it looked like he just kind of got stuck here. And so with just over 2 minutes left, it's a 16-point game, and this might have just about done it. Devin Sides having to close out a little bit too hard and is going to get called for the foul here. Barring something nearly miraculous, Newport Christian is going to advance. They're going to get a rematch with Liberty from Durham, North Carolina tonight for the tournament title. And you got to say, man, if they play like this, full court pressure, half court pressure, good on the break, good from three, good going to the hoop. Man, what a tough team. And Liberty's looked great so far this tournament. I don't think they're worried about any team. But if there was going to be one,
yeah,
man, it's Newport. They're looking really, really nice this game.
the only thing you'd be
High
worried
Street
about,
looking nice as well, too. Not to take anything away from their performance here. They're playing hard. They're playing well.
only thing if you're Newport, just don't let that third quarter happen against Liberty. So I'm sure they'll take advantage of that 4-point comeback, you know.
Absolutely. And just kind of getting out on top of those margins, just sitting at them, right? Not letting them get chipped away on. Nice three from Logan McGraw. Probably him and Nate Lim, two of the scariest distant shooters in this whole tournament. Definitely have the ability to get hot, stay hot. But it's probably going to be a case of too little, too late. Newport sending in some energetic bench legs here. They feel good about where they've got this one, as they should. Put themselves in winning positions all game here, and just over 1 minute left. Newport on the baseline. Caleb Azarena going to be the one getting it here. Caleb Oregon. Got TJ Thompson, number 34, in for Newport as well. High Street trying to bring some high pressure, but getting rung up for a foul there. 1 minute and 2 left. It's 72-59. Newport giving themselves a pretty comfortable margin here. Just got to keep the passes moving along. If there's going to be the pressure, you know it's going to happen. Just find the right guy. And then just hold it. Right here we got a triple team.
It's like the end of a football game. You just want to run out that clock. That's all you got to do.
59.2 left. 59 points for High Street. But with Newport 13 ahead at 72. Thompson, Azarena, the double team, and now here in the post. McGraw coming in pretty hard behind him. It's going to be the 7th for High Street, which is going to give a 1-and-1 opportunity for the senior Caleb Oregon. And he hits the first. He'll have one more shot. And he had to Robert McGraw. Turnover here. And a scrum for it. This is going to be one of the longer 30 seconds of game time that you're probably going to see over the last couple minutes playing out here, especially in a game that doesn't have razor close margins, but both teams giving it their best effort. Azarena coming up for the block. You just kind of time it up, right? You know that High Street has to shoot. You know McGraw's a good shooter. You know it's coming up.
Yeah, they're going to take that three. That's all they can
Sides
do right
here in the corner. Not quite able to get it to fall. Thompson's got it. And it's going to come back to High Street. 32.9. This is going to be it. Shot clock is going to be off from here on out. McGraw to Cole Farley. Certainly one of the cornerstones of this team's run in the tournament. Winning the consolation bracket, pushing a tough Newport team. And with 17.9 left, a lot of pressure still being shown by the guys from Ohio. But it's just the clock is bleeding this one out, as we kind of knew would be the case. Well, we are going to have 2 more games here in the Walther Center. We got a basketball competition coming up in about 20 minutes. There's not going to be a stream for that, But if you really want to watch the players participate in that, I believe the cameras will still be going. Then at 4:30, the ladies' championship will be taking place in here. So far, their game's pretty much been in the SLC, but are going to be in here for the title. And then at 6:15, Newport, Seahawks, Liberty, Patriots. It's all on the line. And TJ Thompson going to the line for what we would assume are going to be the final Newport points of this game, as they're just burning it out at this point.
You know, High Street, they put up a good fight. It was a good game. But, you know, Newport's just such a good team.
They've played well. They feel like they've played their game for sure. And anytime you get two good teams together, one of them's got to win. Newport probably felt good about their chances coming in, but because they knew that they could prove it on the court, they've done that. And as we get the buzzer here, we are set up for our championship matchup, a rematch of today's earlier showdown. Newport Christian 74, High Street Christian 59, a 15-point win for the Seahawks. Seahawks do what they needed to do, and they got it done. Big congrats to them for sure. Congratulations to High Street. And even with them representing maybe some other teams that came to this tournament, played hard, put their hearts into it, didn't see all the results go their way that maybe some others have, aren't going to get to play in that kind of final game. But just an incredible opportunity for the 12 guys teams, the 6 girls teams participating. A lot of effort, a lot of heart, really the culmination of an entire season for many of these teams. And certainly we definitely want to give them the respect. They've earned it. They've played hard all the way through the tournament. Well, if you've been with us through the tournament, watching the silent games earlier in the week, hopefully enjoying some of the stream today, we want to thank you. Again, we're going to be back at 4:30 this afternoon for the girls' championship, 6:15 for the guys' championship. I won't be on either of those streams. Josh will be here at 4:30. It's going to be great. It's certainly a worthy culmination to everything that's been going on. So to friends of West Coast, to the teams, the schools, the guys that have been here, hopefully you've enjoyed, and we'll see you in an hour.